I'm International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm so honored to be here with Grandmaster Jacek Sajroban.
Anna, the pleasure is all mine, and it's great because we're here for a Fischer Random match. And when I think of two great players playing a match, I love this matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. In my view, both players are at the peak of their chess careers.
Correct.
I'm looking forward to an incredibly exciting match. All three results are possible, but take us through the format. What are we doing today?
The format is very interesting. We will see two different time controls. For the first 4 days, it's 45 minutes plus 15 minutes after the 40th move without increment. So this is called here slow rapid chess.
Slow rapid.
And on the last day, the 5th day, will be 8 games with fast rapid chess. That is 10 minutes plus 5-second increment.
Right. And in the slow rapid games, they're going to be playing for 2 points for
Correct.
each game. And in the blitz or the faster rapid games, they will count as 1 point. 24 points in total, 12 and a half will win the match. Now today, of course, is a very special day because something's going to happen. I believe the Prime Minister of the country is actually going to be opening with the first ceremonial first move.
Yes, she's here with us, and so many guests. Of course, everybody wants to see the world champion. We are in Norway, the homeland of Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely.
Yesterday was the opening ceremony, full house.
That
we
was
couldn't
amazing.
walk, we couldn't cross.
I brought my shoehorn to get my way through the audience. It was amazing. It was really an extraordinary packed house. And I felt so good about the location. It's really, really a beautiful art museum. And I think the players are going to be very happy too with the playing conditions.
I'm sure as well. Soon we will show you the playing venue. It is something that has never happened in history of chess anytime ever. They are going to be part of an art performance. So the two players are playing as part of an exhibition, fine art photography, by Dag Alveng, Norwegian photographer, and the photos are representing the tombs of former world chess champions.
How intriguing. I mean, we say standing on the shoulders of giants. Here they'll be crossing the graveyards of the players. And there you see the two players, the black and white chairs, how appropriate.
In front of the tomb of Mr. Bobby Fischer.
Exactly, Robert James. Magnus, of course, on the left, Hikaru on the right. And we have, what they do is before the match starts, 15 minutes, the players get the position. So they don't know what they're going to be playing on the 3rd day or the 2nd day or the 5th day. They only find out literally 15 minutes beforehand.
There we see the Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Sundberg, who will make the first move of the match between Magnus and Hikaru. And another interesting thing about this view from here is that if you look at the table, this beautiful white marble, it is the exact same marble as the tomb of Bobby Fischer.
Ah, wow, that's intriguing to think of it that way. But of course, they're playing on the DGT board with the Staunton set and the DGT clock, and we'll be keeping an eye on the clock because once again, it's 45 minutes per player for 40 moves. And before we came on air, Anna, I was looking at the regulations, and I found this very intriguing. The players will not keep score, but they can turn to the arbiter 5 times during the game and ask to see the score. So I was a little bit confused by that. I didn't understand why they wouldn't always be able to confer to the arbiter, because of course the most important is that you want to see move 40, and there you see JJ, the chief organizer on the right. The Prime Minister, she just steps into view, is going to be making the first move, and she's going to ask.
It's not the usual first move, like he would go E4 or D4. You should think on first move.
Exactly.
It's Fischer Random.
And I think Magnus had to give her a little bit of advice, but now he wants to move back, no question about it. And there you see.
C4 was the move of the Prime Minister, I believe?
Not
or
that
wasn't that?
I've reached for my D2 pawn. As you can see, I highlighted. I wanted D2, D4, and it looks like on the camera we have had the first move. I'm waiting for it to appear on our board. There's a little lag. It would appear at this exact moment.
So it is c4.
It is c4. Okay, how about that? c2, c4. And I think Hikaru immediately responded c5. Okay, obviously in Fischer Random, the biggest problem is all your pieces are asleep. So you got to bring them out, and you want to control the center while simultaneously doing that. The most awkward piece in the position is the bishops on e1, as well as the bishop on e8. We can imagine the light square bishop on f1 being fianchettoed quite shortly. But the bishop on e1, that's the awkward guy. So here I would expect something like knight b3 followed by d4 to give this bishop on e1 a diagonal. I don't really like f3. How about you? Would you want to put the bishop, the dark square bishop, to the king side? Like, would you like to?
No, I don't like so much pushing f3.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice on g3. It's just not going to get there very well. So I was thinking that maybe Magnus will play knight b3 and try to follow it up with d2, d4 in order to get the bishop going. Beautiful camera, by the way.
He made his move already, which was, I believe, your move. Either knight b3 or knight c3. We'll soon receive the moves.
Okay.
It's knight to c3,
Knight
and
to
e6
c3.
was Hikaru's response.
Knight to c3. Okay. So again, in the Fischer Random, you have to think on move one.
Yes.
And you need a plan, right? So you have to conceive very, very early where things are going. And I'm not a big fan of this move, knight c3, because, again, I just feel that, you know, my inner sense of harmony, I want that bishop, you know, into the game quickly. And I think the knight on c3 is well placed, but it kind of steps in front of
the bishop.
Right. So knight c3, e7, e6. I like this move very much because I can see from black's point of view, he wants to strike out in the center, put his pawn on d5, and then develop his bishop on e8, and that makes very logical sense. I can imagine that Magnus will do the same thing, e2, e3, followed by d2, d4. In a sense, symmetrical position, which is kind of, well, I don't know, in a Fischer Random, to have a symmetrical position so early is a little bit of a surprise.
But clearly the world champion is thinking longer. But I call him the world champion because we are so used to calling Magnus the world champion, but in Chess 960 it's actually Hikaru Nakamura who holds the title. So the challenger here is Magnus Carlsen.
Kind of an interesting way to think about it, but it's quite true that Hikaru is very much a specialist. Back in 2006 in Mainz, he defeated Levon Aronian 3.5 to win that title. But then Fischer Random, even though we play it a lot on Chess.com, and it's a part of these blitz matches. In fact, Magnus has a monster plus score against Hikaru, whether it be in classical chess or blitz chess, or even for that matter, rapid chess. However, in Fischer Random,
it's a horrible score against Hikaru. Hikaru has beaten Magnus in the Speed Chess Championships 5-1, which is a huge score.
Wow. Okay, that is something special. 5-1. I'm trying to think of anybody in the world that's capable of beating Magnus 5-1, and I think it would start with something like Stockfish or something like that.
AlphaZero.
AlphaZero. And we do have knight c2 on the board by Magnus. I'm expecting d7, d5. Oh, knight b6, tickling this pawn on c4. That was a very good move, actually. Because if you play e2, e3 as a means of defending it, then your bishop on f1 is likely to go to e2. And I really wanted to fianchetto that bishop. Also keep in mind that this queen on c8 is actually eyeballing this pawn on c4. So that makes it even that much more difficult to play d2, d4 for Magnus. So maybe the move e2, e3 will have to
b3 instead of e3.
But again, it's not, I don't feel that Magnus, we're talking about it so early, my goodness. So this is move 4.
Is he in trouble? Yes.
No. But he hasn't optimized his pieces in a efficient manner. And I think that's the biggest challenge in Fischer Random, is to figure out very, very early a long-term plan. And I believe I'm looking at E2, E3.
E3, D5 immediately. Hikaru is playing very quickly. D5 has been played, C takes D5, knight takes D5, and D4.
Okay, so the problem, nothing wrong with the move D5. D5 is perfectly logical. The question you always have to ask yourself is, what is your opponent's next move? So if you imagine it was white to play in this position, white would want to play D4, but after D4, I can capture this pawn on C4, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would have to take back with the rook on D4, which is not ideal.
Exactly. So bishop E7, I thought Hikaru would play bishop E7, castling short, and then playing D5. In fact, he said, I'm ready to play D5 right away, and that helped Magnus a bit. After D5, C takes D5, was it knight takes D5? And then Magnus very quickly played D2, D4, and he's back to having, I would say, the upper hand that white has of the extra ply, the extra tempo. So in fact, this knight on B1 is on C3, whereas on the Hikaru side of the board, the knight on B8. So despite my earlier double
disliking
guess,
of those knights on C3 and C2.
A little bit double guessing Magnus's moves, things are back to the norm. And now
C takes D4 was played already.
That again, that's kind of helping, because the knight on C2 is no great shakes, and knight takes D4, in my view, is an automatic, unless there was a tactic behind knight takes D5. I don't think that there's any particular reason to think that knight takes D5, rook takes D5. I'm trying to suggest that the rook might be a little bit misplaced on D5. But if I can't take advantage of it, then I will recapture with the knight on D4, hoping my opponent will play knight C3, bishop C3, and then I'm really, really happy, because it's painfully obvious that my pieces are better developed.
Knight takes D4 and knight C6 has been played by Hikaru once again, very quickly.
And position still strikes very, very balanced. Magnus
More traits. Knight takes D5.
Magnus looks a little less happy because he hasn't really gotten anything. Knight takes D5, rook takes D5. Ideally, one of the great pleasures about playing chess is developing with a tempo. You just love to play a move like bishop C4, developing with a tempo. The problem is after bishop C4, knight takes D4, don't take my rook, because I've got you with a check.
Beautiful tactics.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Can we show it on the board? Bishop takes D5.
You don't want to.
Horrible blunder.
Do you say also in Hungarian royal fork?
Not really, but I like the expression royal fork.
Yeah, you attack simultaneously the king and simultaneously the queen, and the queen will be lost. So unfortunately for Magnus, the highly desirable, after knight d5, rook d5, the highly desirable bishop c4 actually is a poor choice, and I think we're going to see bishop c3. Have we seen bishop c3 by
he
Magnus?
has made a move, but I don't think that's bishop c4. I think, if I can see it right, it's knight to f3.
Knight drop back to f3. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. I thought that Magnus would reinforce his bishop, reinforce his knight with the move bishop c3. Again, developing, keeping the move bishop c4 in abeyance for a moment. And after, for example, I think we would just see bishop e7, the position is very even, yeah? But knight f3, losing a tempo, bringing the knight back, avoiding further trades that would further nullify the position. Do you think Hikaru can get ambitious after this move? Ambitious. What does it mean? It means rook c5. What do you think about this move?
I would love to see less straight, so
Exactly.
rook takes d1 would be a disappointing variation for us who expected fireworks from game 1.
Exactly. Rook takes d1, but rook c5, there are two open files, of course, the d file as well as the c file. Rooks love open files. In this case, the d file is all the business squares are being protected. The d7 square is protected by
the business squares.
The business. You can't do any good business on these squares for white, but you can do good business
on c2.
On c2. So I was just thinking that we might see a move like bishop c3, bishop e7. The idea is to bring the bishop here. Keep in mind, this rook is rather annoying. It keeps white in the pin. The problem is, in chess, when you're black, you want to equalize, neutralize your opponent's opening advantage. Unfortunately, if I was in Hikaru's shoes, I'd probably trade rooks. I'd probably play rook takes d1 and bishop e7 and say, ha ha ha, you haven't earned any opening advantage.
So you think that he will take on d1? Then I will go for rook c5. I'm on team rook c5.
You want team rook c5. And obviously, Anna, this is going to be a great show. We're going to have a lot of fun.
What has just happened?
We have just seen some trades. It looks like some trades took place on d5. But I wanted to reach out to our audience and say to yourselves that we would really love your questions, comments, queries. We'll do our best to answer them, but for ourselves, we're just very, very excited to be here. We have a live audience also in front of us. They're being very politely quiet, which is shocking. Any questions that our live audience might have, we'd be happy to take those as well. But bring us up to date. Where do we stand? What happened? What is the...
Just to add to your inquiries, we are looking at the chat both on chess.com/TV and on twitch.tv/chess. So you can talk to us via the chat and use the hashtag FRChess. Your tweet might make it, FR, Fischer Random Chess.
Love it.
Your tweet might make it to the show.
We do have queen d8. So there was no trade on d1, but queen d8, we did have a trade, rook takes d5, queen d5. And again, we just, chess grandmasters are very simple folk. We get wrongfully credited with being brilliant and great understanding and things like that. But in truth, we just count the pieces that are developed, okay, at the end of the day. I mean, we count that white has a knight and white has a pawn. So we say 2 for white. Isn't that, I mean, it's really deep,
it's
you
simple,
know? Like,
but deep.
The deep, simple but deep. Black already has 3 in the position. So black is basically a tempo ahead in development. And why is that important? Because as you activate your pieces, it means that you get a chance to go on the attack. So I don't think Magnus is going to be very happy about this situation. We mentioned the bishop coming out with a gain of tempo. Bishop c4, the queen would move to c5. And again, this is a little bit of an annoying pin. There is a move
threatening b5 immediately, winning a piece.
Yeah, so I will have to play bishop d2 after bishop c4. It really looks pretty simple. Ooh.
A3 has been played by Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, again, because of the better development, obviously there's a... Are you a pawn grubber like me?
I am.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
The more pawns, the better.
Yeah, so in your pocket.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay, very good. I don't have to bring you into higher consciousness. That is excellent. A2, A3, but that's not the greatest of moves that you've ever played. A2, A3, just avoiding the loss of a pawn, as important as it is. And Hikaru, very ambitiously, has played bishop d6. I would have bet, top dollar that this bishop was coming to e7 and the bishop was coming to f6 to pressure this pawn on b2. But Hikaru chose the move bishop d6, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
What do you think is the reason for placing the bishop on d6 instead of e7, f6?
The only thing that comes to mind is that Hikaru is planning that he put his bishop here with a very clear purpose. He wants to put pressure on this h2 pawn. The knight on f3 defends the pawn on h2. So Hikaru is dreaming, a very happy dream, by the way, putting his knight on e5, putting his bishop on c6.
Wow.
Then the two bishops radiate power against the king side. So I think the move bishop d6 was very ambitious. And if I were white, if I were Magnus, I would have played bishop to c4 right away. Magnus played bishop e2.
He's playing a little bit passive this first game, it feels like.
Yeah, and I feel like also when I play a match, it's always the first game, and you've got these butterflies, you know,
New places, lots of people around.
Yeah, those faces looking at you, you know.
And the tombs.
And the tombs, my God, I mean, what a somber mood that could put you in. So you usually, in the first game, you're kind of adjusting to the new surroundings. But that doesn't mean you should play passively. Here, bishop e2 strikes me as a little bit too compliant. We're likely to see castles by black. Now, in Fischer Random, the funny thing about Fischer Random is, okay, now yes. There we go. I had to move the king to h8. You castle like normal chess. The king will occupy the g8 square, the rook will occupy the f8 square, but the king and the rook could come from different squares than e8 and h8, the usual squares. So in this position, for white, when he castles short, is going to simply flip the rook over his king.
And that's why the bishop is on d6, because he already prepares for castle kingside.
Exactly.
If white does not castle kingside, then what will you do with the h1 rook? So it's very logical that Hikaru already foresees that he wants to attack the h2 and g2 squares, as you have mentioned with the two bishops.
Exactly. Now, if we were just to get into the minds of the players, and we're ahead of them at the moment, if we imagine castles, both players are looking at a problem. There's a bishop on e1. That's stupid. There's a bishop on e8 that is stupid. So from black's point of view, black would love to play knight e5. Then white needs to get his bishop into the game. Black needs to get his bishop in the game, but hold on, black could be walking into a problem. There is a rook coming to the d file, which is, as we know, the greatest pleasure, gaining a tempo, developing the tempo. And there's also this bishop on d6, which might fall for a tactic like rook takes d6. So that was why I didn't expect the bishop to kind of be on this square d6. Let's go back to the current position. I believe...
Castle kingside was played by Hikaru, and I think Magnus also has already castled.
Okay, so we won't reward ourselves for that brilliant understanding, because that looked pretty obvious. But now Hikaru got a decision to make, because the rook is going to come to the d1 square with a very important tempo, and he's got to wonder, why did he put his bishop into this potential attack along the d file? By the way, great view of the board there.
And Magnus Carlsen has just stood up from the board. I saw him yesterday coughing during the simul, so he might be a little bit sick, and he was very polite standing up now.
To cough away from the board, yeah. It's not very nice when your opponent is sneezing and wheezing from the other side of the board. Tell us a bit about the simultaneous, because I wasn't here for that.
It was brilliant, and we have the presenter of the simul just here with us. Maybe at some point of the show he could join us, but he has his own commentary to do for the Norwegian TV. It's on the Norwegian television main channel, prime time. This is how big chess is in Norway. 40 people working on the production of this show for the Norwegian television.
Yeah, I got all of that yesterday. I was really blown away by how successful television and chess has been here in Norway. Literally, I've traveled the entire world, from the Soviet Union to Yugoslavia, where chess was at its peak of popularity, and never, ever did I see chess get such prominence on television. In America, Maurice Ashley and I did the IBM versus Garry Kasparov match, which were really, really celebrated. But even those matches did not get the coverage that this match is getting here in Norway. It's a phenomenon. It really is.
It is a phenomenon.
5 million people in Norway, and at I believe it was Riyadh, the World Championships, they had 1 million viewers. So literally 20% of the country was watching Magnus as he won the World Blitz Championship.
Impressive.
I know.
Impressive. And I think this is just getting started. They are so enthusiastic, and they have such a professional crew working on every event where Magnus plays. Also here, on site, the tickets are sold out for the first couple of days already, so it's not easy to get here and see Magnus and Hikaru playing. Everybody wants to see the match.
We better go up there and get our photos taken with them. We can disturb them very shortly. Okay, so bring us up to date. Do we have more moves? After I have suggested knight e5, which maybe was not played. Is
Castle kingside as white was the last move.
And Hikaru is thinking. There we see Hikaru.
And the future champion behind him.
True that.
By the way, yesterday the simul was both against children and then against adults, clients of the company ICE, the main sponsor of the event.
Okay.
The first simul against children was classical chess, but the next one against the grown-ups in Fischer Random. And for me, it was very impressive to see a simultaneous exhibition where the grandmasters don't just go and make their move in 1 second.
Right.
They started thinking from move 0,
right,
because it was a weird position for them as well.
Exactly.
I think we should have more Fischer Random simultaneous exhibitions.
And you were telling me that the grandmasters were following one another.
Exactly.
It's not like I play 5 games, you play 5 games.
No, they had to make 1 move each, working as a team. It didn't work so well at the beginning.
No, I can imagine. They have very different approaches to their games. So, yeah, I can imagine there was some conflicts going on. Oh, very nice. So, again, at this moment, it's very easy to guess what Magnus wants to do. This bishop on e1 is in the way of the rook. Magnus wants to move his bishop. He wants to develop his rook with a gain of tempo against the queen. And Hikaru sees that coming, and he realizes there's a traffic jam on the d file. That rook on d1 is really landing with brutal force. So Hikaru has got to decide right here how he's going to handle that. And by the way, when Hikaru looks into the distance, it's his way. He really has the chess position in his mind. He doesn't need to look over the chessboard, and he's really he's calculating at what I call supersonic speed, because it's very, very hard to keep up with his calculation.
So he has played knight e7 due to the traffic jam that you have mentioned.
Okay, knight e7, not that desirable, and already this Fischer Random game is beginning to look like a proper game. The players have both harmonized their pieces, they've castled, and it's beginning to look like a real position. And again, just as white has a problem with his bishop on e1, black has a problem with his bishop on e8. The move knight e7, I can imagine that Hikaru would like to play the move bishop b5 and get rid of his problem bishop. For Magnus, he has no such problems. I'm expecting bishop c3. Now here's one for you. What do you think about this idea, Anna? After the move bishop c3, I've been kind of thumping the table that rook d1 is on white's agenda.
So you want to play bishop a4 to prevent it?
You guessed. You guessed, exactly.
I like that move, especially after a3, you're taking advantage of the weakened light squares.
Yeah, but I understand, but it's one of those things that you have your script, I have my script. You have your ideas, I have my ideas. The bishop a4 takes away just one thing in my position, which is rook d1. But otherwise, the bishop on a4 is kind of useless, right? I mean,
correct.
It just like, okay, it's not great.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. So after a move like bishop a4, I would be very attracted to knight to d4. Bringing the knight back into the center, Hikaru doesn't look too pleased, not worried either with the idea of bishop f3. But I really think that here, where Hikaru, and the times, do we have the times, the clocks of the players? Over
yes,
here.
It's approximately equal half an hour for both. 36 minutes for Magnus and 28 for Hikaru.
Okay, so there was a 6-minute gap, let's say, but that 6 minutes that Hikaru spent playing knight e7, that was probably the third move of his candidate list. I mean, when he played the move bishop d6, it was not so that he could follow up with the robust knight e7. He wanted something else, and he realized whatever that something was not working. So he had to improvise. So the move knight e7 did that, but now he's got, once again, to deal with this bishop c3, rook d1, and I'm just trying to reach into his mind and figure it out. Do we have any wonderful chats and comments?
I'm checking the chat all the time.
Okay.
I think we have a very active audience both on Twitch and on Chess.com, so keep up the great comments, guys. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I was just going to ask you, do you think that this is slightly disappointing to those who expected something crazy for the first game, that now the position is very normal?
Yes, it's a very normal position, and it's not like this is going to be a great attacks. No, again, I mean, in World Championship matches, in those matches between real heavyweights, it's very often a feeling out process. So it's like boxing. In the first round, it's sort of like, you know, you just want to feel that you can punch and that things are working. So in this, the first game, I think it's a feeling out process.
How comfortable is the chair?
Right.
Let's look at the photographs.
Right. Do we have enough to drink? Who's making noise and things like that. So it's not unexpected for me that the first round does not feature sparkles and fireworks. But I definitely think that these two are going to bring it. And that doesn't mean that the game might not become a tactical slugfest later. But for the moment, things are very quiet, I agree.
Should the supporters of Magnus Carlsen be already happy that they have survived the opening stage where Hikaru is more experienced?
I think everybody's happy at this moment. Not too much of an advantage. I would say that if you force me to make a choice, I would take White's position. I do think that Magnus has a pull in the position, but it's really nothing great. You don't send a postcard to your best friend and say, "Look what I just did." No, this isn't one of those moments, but I definitely think he's happy. Now, is Magnus to play? Because he's looking around.
It is Hikaru's turn, but Magnus has been looking around
And
a
he
little
did
bit
play.
confused.
Look at this. He did play that line. Bishop c3. That one was very easy to guess. Again, we're not going to give ourselves any applause for that. Setting up rook d1. And Hikaru has put his bishop, as we would say, off sides to deal with that threat. Now the bishop controls the square d1, so you don't want to put the rook there and have the rook be captured. But now came a surprising move by Magnus. Magnus played the move queen b1. If I can see, yeah, there it is.
Queen to b1,
Queen to
correct.
b1. I wouldn't have guessed that. Here I was looking at the move knight d4. That was my guess, because I would want this bishop to go to the f3 square. Magnus has played queen b1. Okay. The purpose of that also looks rather clear to my eyes. The open file is the d file, but also the open file is the c file. So the rook can slide over to the c1 square, and here there's a little bit of action in the position. Notice this knight on e7, it's not great. You put the knight on f5 or the knight on d5, it's nicely centralized. So these two squares, knight f5 and d5, are very opportunistic squares for the knight to jump to. So this queen sliding over to b1 has a dual purpose. Purpose number one is to be able to advance the pawn with gain of tempo and then keep the knight under wraps, right? Corral. We want to keep the knight corralled.
There's no such move as knight f5. It would step into this work with e4.
Exactly. The next idea of queen b1, these world champions, they're so sly. They're so, let's make a move for black. Let's make a move like rook c8. The next idea, along with e4, which I think is a very good move, the next idea is bishop d3. Now the queen and bishop have created a battery, so we are pawn grabbers, right?
We are.
We are pawn grabbers. The bishop can come to d3 with a gain of tempo, forcing, let's say, h6. And now we can play this funky little move, check, disturbing black's king, and now the bishop disturbs the queen. And notice that this bishop is starting to look a little bit offside. Yeah. It's not a pleasant feeling to having that bishop on a4. So this was a very sly and cagey move by Magnus. And when Magnus made it, like you said, he got up from the board and he's left his opponent Hikaru thinking about the position. By the way, it's worth mentioning that in this match is $1.5 million prize fund.
Norwegian crowns.
Norwegian crowns.
1.5 million. Huge.
Yeah, 900,000 to the winner, 600,000 to the runner-up. He doesn't say.
And if you don't know how much is one Norwegian crown, then you can Google it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's approximately $200,000. The prize found.
Very, very nice. And what an opportunity to play the world champion. By the way, one of the things that I really do admire greatly about Magnus is he doesn't back down. He's playing all over the world. He plays in the Grand Chess Tour. He plays for the Norwegian Olympic team. He plays in the Open. He just played in Holland in Tata Steel. It was a classical tournament, which he won. He's the world champion in Blitz. So this guy is really, really active. He takes challenges from anybody, and he goes everywhere. And for us commentators, that's great. It just means a lot of opportunities to follow him around the world. And we do have queen b1, and I believe after this move, queen b1, this is the current position. The clock times once again.
Yes, we will soon have our live board back.
Right.
I think that is what our audience on Twitch and Chess.com have been requesting. So we are listening to you guys, don't worry.
So we have, this is the current position, move 15, this last move, queen b1, very, very cagey move, dual purpose move to advance the pawn on e3 to e4 in order to keep this knight on e7 stuck, and also bishop d3. And again, clock times 23 minutes, 33 minutes for Magnus, a repeat of the time control, if you will, Anna. We have...
Oh, sure. It's 45 minutes for the first 40 moves. No increment.
No increment.
But if you have made the first 40 moves, then you get an extra 15 minutes.
So bonus time of 15 minutes, and that's it, too. I mean, I don't care if you're playing king and queen versus king and queen. You play.
Time. No extra time.
So you could lose on time even. So the players, I think, are very used to increments by now. So this is a very different time control. So I have this position, but that position is...
Yes, I've been wondering about just that.
Yeah, because for the last 2 minutes I had the current position, and on our broadcast we don't have the view that I have. Okay, so we're working out those details.
In the meantime, I was going to just add to your thought about Magnus accepting challenges, and you have mentioned that he has won all those events. So he's classical world champion, he has just won the Blitz, before he won in rapid chess as well. So he claims every title. He has won every kind of world chess championship except for Fischer Random.
That's right.
So here it is, the chance for him to claim one more title. Even if it's unofficial, this is an unofficial championship.
Right.
But he hasn't had the chance to prove that he's actually that good, and Fischer Random as well what we have seen from him so far was nothing impressive in Fischer Random Chess.
Well, you had mentioned that on the Chess.com Blitz Championships that he won. Let's emphasize, he did beat Hikaru Nakamura in the finals, but they play 5 minutes, then they play 3 minutes, then they play 1 minute, and on the transition times, they play Fischer Random, and you were saying out of the 6 games that they played in Fischer Random, Hikaru has a 5-1 score.
That's it. In 2 finals in Speed Chess Championship and the Blitz Battle, Grandmaster Blitz Battle on Chess.com, in both occasions, Hikaru has won 2.5 half, even though he lost the match, as you were highlighting.
Right.
So that is something to think about. And Magnus, since the last match was played on the 3rd of January, so basically a month ago, Hikaru and Magnus faced each other in the Speed Chess Championship finals, playing 3 games in Fischer Random. That's what Hikaru won 2.5 half. So he was asked, Magnus, in a month you have a match against Hikaru, unofficial FRChess Championship, Fischer Random. Will you prepare? Maybe you need
yes.
to. Maybe you need to prepare.
Exactly.
After
exactly.
2.5 half, and so he said that yes, he needs to play more games. He needs to have more experience in Fischer Random.
Okay, and again, apologies for the analysis board. You're seeing the analysis board on the right side of the screen. On the bottom left, we have the live board, and I have been having the live board on my screen, but that hasn't popped up yet. By the way, we have some moves. Basically, after Queen B1, we did see the move Rook C8, and we saw neither Bishop D3, nor the move I was advocating of E3, E4. Instead, Rook C1, and then we have Knight G6 by Hikaru. And I think the momentary danger, I must say, seems to have passed after this move Knight G6. A very good move indeed. Basically, the knight on E7 really was doing nothing. Now the knight on G6, we call it, it's on a different circuit. Now this knight on G6 is eyeballing the H4, the F4, and the E5 squares. Is that coming up on? No. So on our broadcast
Yes, we
screen,
are just waiting for that our beautiful yellow board to be
Yes.
fixed. In the meantime, we are looking at the blue one live, and that is what they are playing right now. H3 was the last move of Magnus
Okay.
Carlsen.
I was going to say that with the knight on G6, now the move E3, E4 is not an attractive option for Magnus because he gives up control of the F4 square. So he's played the move H2, H3, simply making Luft, what the German word for air. Magnus gives his king a little bit more breathing room. H2, H3 was the last move. Okay, so we are just having some little technical issues. We have no idea why my wonderful analysis board, by the way, is not popping up. Maybe it has a hard time keeping up with me. I'm not sure of the exact reasons, but maybe we have some questions from the audience. Now's a good time. Eventually they're going to get into time pressure. We're not going to have any good questions. Yeah. So we just still working on these technical issues, but fortunately for us and our audience, our live audience in front of us, we have these beautiful camera shots of the players.
What do you think about the whole environment? As we have mentioned, this is a chess art performance by the Norwegian photographer and artist Dag Alveng. The photographs in the hall.
What you see behind Magnus there?
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's one of the photographs, and the rest of them containing tombs of former world chess champions. So they are surrounded by all the great giants, the legends of chess.
Right.
What kind of feeling is that for one of the strongest players in the world, the top 2 players in Fischer Random?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to describe that. I would have loved to see portraits of the world champions. The tombs, I'm not so sure about. We do have some moves. After knight g6, h2, h3, we have b7, b6 by Hikaru. I think we're up to date. Okay, I think we're up to date. Anna, do you fully understand why
Pawn to
Hikaru...
b6.
Yeah, why did Hikaru make that move? b7, b6. I'm not sure. The only thing I could think of is that maybe in case this queen on d5 ever gets into trouble, he wants to give himself an escape route with queen b7. Otherwise, it's quite hard to fully understand b7, b6. And then we see the move bishop d3, okay? A move that I was advocating maybe a moment ago. Bishop d3. Still, I feel that it's all very balanced. What do you think? Do you prefer white or black in any measure?
After the first couple of moves of the opening, I thought, as you mentioned, that white's position was slightly favorable.
Mm-hmm.
And since it has become such a normal position, I believe that is where Magnus Carlsen's very profound intuition will work very well. I was really curious to see if Magnus will manage to adapt to awkward situations.
Mm-hmm.
Because Fischer Random starts out as something that
Extremely awkward.
they have not seen often.
Exactly.
We all know that Magnus has such a chess instinct that what he sees on the board is almost inhuman.
Mm-hmm.
Superpowers.
Right.
But in Fischer Random, I don't think he has that intuition because the patterns are different.
Totally.
Chess is mainly based on pattern recognition,
Mm-hmm.
but you cannot apply that to Fischer Random unless you have played 10,000 Fischer Random games, I
Right.
believe.
But in this particular case, he's got a position that really has every attribute of normalcy in it. The bishops are developed, the rooks, the structure, it's all very, very normal. And this is where Magnus has shown extraordinary understanding that he grinds his opponents down in very, very balanced play. You are, of course, in Vaikanze. You are watching the Tata Steel playoff with Anish Giri. And Magnus performed like Magnus. I mean, he got a very equal position and he made Anish, 2,800 Grandmaster, look like it was no problem. He won.
Yes, just an easy win.
Easy winning in the ending. Now, we're not in the ending. We're still in a kind of a late middle game position. But the position is very, very balanced, and this is the kind of position that Magnus has outperformed everybody.
Our position has appeared on the board, so
Excellent.
we are back with the beautiful yellow board.
Yeah,
And now you can draw more arrows. Yes, sir.
well, I was drawing arrows so beautifully a time ago.
They haven't seen it.
I know. I mean, I feel, betrayed. Bishop e4, queen d7. Okay, so obviously the bishop on e4, attacking the queen. There was something like queen b3 would walk into knight d4, queen c4 had a potential problem. So queen d7 was the safest square. And again, I see a very, very balanced position creeping up on us, and it's all if Magnus can do his magic and perform how he performs to make anything of it. In principle, I'd say the position is really even Stevens at this moment. As soon as this bishop, which is a little bit offsides for me, steps back to the c6 square, you got nothing. Yeah, equal. Okay, but to stop the bishop from stepping back, maybe knight d4? What do you think? Is that...
I think Magnus will definitely try, since this is a normal position, as we were highlighting, that this is actually as if it started out as a classical game of chess. It could have been, for instance, a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes, this is exactly what that looks like, a Queen's Gambit accepted.
So now I believe Magnus will want to take his chance that they are playing classical chess. And that's where he's the world champion. So why not go and try to keep the pieces on the board and get the first victory in the match?
Oh, that would be wonderful, of course, from his point of view. Again, I'll just highlight just a moment. It is 17 minutes to 27.
Wow,
Again, that's
getting a big difference in favor of Magnus Carlsen. 10 minutes
exactly.
and no increments. So Hikaru has 17 minutes left. That's his total time until move 40.
Okay, so he's going to have to speed up the tempo very much. Now, after the move Queen D7, one idea would be to play Knight E5, attacking the queen once again. The problem is that after Knight takes E5, you want to do the Zwischenzug, the German word. Instead of recapturing on E5 at once, you would like to make the Zwischenzug, bishop takes H7 check, winning a pawn work. The problem is that when you recapture the knight, the rook is going to deflect the queen, rook takes it, and this bishop that won a pawn has no support, and Magnus would lose a piece. So unfortunately, I don't see any benefit with the move Knight E5, and that's a move that you would really be tempted to play. If the pawn wasn't already on H3, I would also be tempted to play the move H4, right? To play H5 and give the knight the old boot. But after putting the pawn on H3, I don't really feel like I want to play H4, unfortunately. Like H4, I have to start calculating some maybe complicated lines with F5. That's interesting.
I wonder from our chat if the sound issue is from my microphone or your one.
Why?
But
Is it coming
something is happening with one of the microphones.
Okay, I'll bring
And it's
my
not on
mic.
purpose, so we will definitely figure out.
3, 2, 1, 5, 8, 9.
We will
Tell me if my
definitely figure out.
if my sound goes down or if it's your sound. We can amp it up. We have the technology.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's yours. It's yours.
It's my
This
mic.
time.
Okay.
This time, it's normally mine, so that's why I was worried that I'm doing something. It must be my hair touching the microphone.
No, let me check my mic. I have this really cool high-tech device. It's not a taser. I don't get injured from it.
Static on yes, sir.
Static on yes, sir. So let me just adjust everything.
Issue with some electronics.
Yes.
It's just that you have such a beautiful tie. It's touching the tie, so I can understand it. I can completely understand it.
Okay. Well, we'll put the mic out of my jacket. See if it's sensitive to my jacket, then
Much
we don't
better.
want that.
It's-
Okay.
What
so
did you have in your pocket, Yasser?
No, it was hidden.
What else did you have in your pocket?
My wallet. What do you want? What else do you want to know?
I don't know. Some kind of an Alpha Zero pocket version.
Well, we shouldn't go there, but that was a great line from the 1930s star Mae West. Is that a gun in your pocket, or you're just happy to see me? Okay, so.
Pretend that I don't understand.
Very good. Queen D7. You have a recommendation?
After Queen D7 for white.
Yeah, how is Magnus
I
going
like
to...
your idea about preventing bishop c6, but we should check what happens after knight d4.
Right, I think that is actually the most consequent move. This bishop on a4 is basically the only thing that's not in harmony in black's position. If that bishop was on b7, it would be normally perfectly placed. So knight c6, stopping the bishop from retreating to the long diagonal makes perfect sense. I don't think that b2, b3 is necessarily a threat, but it's in the position. So after, let's say, knight d4, now the pressure is back on Hikaru's shoulders. How should he handle this? I'm a space, as much as I'm a pawn grabber, I like
Space
space
grabber.
grabber too. Something to be suggested, something about f5 I might find a little bit attractive. If I can kind of kick the bishop around or off the diagonal, I'm happy with that. Of course, I don't like weakening my king either. But knight d4 looks like it's the best opportunity to pose problems for Hikaru. Do we have a move after queen d7 yet? Or is that the live position?
Sorry, I'm just concerned about the microphone still because the chat is saying that the background sound is now louder than Yasser's voice, which is
impossible. I mean, I may be soft-spoken, but I'm definitely not that soft-spoken. So there is the position, and we do have
turn up the
knight
volume.
e5.
We will take now control of the equipment.
Okay, you do it.
It's
The-
because this is
This is not the way to do it. We'll have to do
Okay.
it through the software. Okay, but we do have the move that I didn't actually like, knight e5. I think Magnus has decided to go in for these trades with knight e5. There it is on the live board. And I didn't think that he was going to get any benefit after these trades. Knight takes e5, which is basically kind of forcing. So now it's two bishops versus two bishops and a queen. Wow, this looks really, really dry to my eyes. Hikaru thinking over knight takes e5. Is there that tactic? Is something on with bishop takes h7? Looks very doubtful to me. No, but he really did hesitate. Knight e5, bishop e5, as expected. Now, because of the tempo, bishop takes h7 is a threat. That's why I automatically played rook takes c1. But I can also deal with, oops, wow. Boy, I did that wrong. I can also deal with this threat to the h-pawn and by simply moving it. But in fact, he did play rook takes c1. And so we have
queen
essentially
takes, and now
all the
trade
pieces.
of queens, queen d1 check.
I was about to say, they're like a housewife vacuuming the entire board off of pieces, the vacuum cleaner variation. All the pieces come off the board. Queen d1, bishop takes queen takes d1, and we've seen all of these trades, and now it's a 4-bishop ending. You don't get a lot of those.
And not from Fischer Random, especially.
And not from Fischer Random. Bishop c6 was the last move by Magnus. Here I would be probably tempted to simply play a7, a5, put my pawn there, put my bishop on c5, play f6, and king f7. Now my arrows really are terrible. And
I love it, and it's the same color as the name, so it's we are very much in artistic mode.
Exactly. And here we could see actually a good start with f6. It looks like Hikaru has just decided to plant, as white, Magnus has planted his bishop on the c6 square. Hikaru has just planted his bishop on the b3 square, bishop b3, and now Magnus. We're in the ending. We know the king can be a very good piece in the ending. King f1 was Magnus's last move, and he played it pretty quickly. And I'm expecting something similar by black. I'd rather like to get this dark square bishop on e5. I think f6. That's a really nice tempo so that the king can enter the fray in the center of the board. Hold on, we have another move. No? I'm sorry. We do have king f1, and that's it.
Time situation. Hikaru's time, less than 14 minutes, and he still has to make 15 moves.
To
The
get
position is simplified, so it's better for making it to the time control, but it's interesting to see that he might get into slight time trouble.
That's a concern, no question about it. The clock was always a great enemy of Victor Korchnoi, many other time trouble addicts, you know, like they were really getting into problems with the clock. Right now, nothing special, but still a pretty significant difference between the two clocks of the players. And, well, any intriguing
I'm reading the
twits?
chat and I see some of our viewers concerned that this position is too simplified, too
To make anything
drawish,
serious, yes.
to say.
To say it bluntly.
Do you think it is too drawish?
Yes, I do. Especially between, you know, these two very elite players. There's simply not enough in the position for either player to make anything special. After King F1, we saw Bishop C4 check. That looks like a confusing move. I
believe it has happened, and King to D1.
King to E1, yes.
Yeah, King to E1, and
yes.
and later I saw that he already went King to D2.
No,
which means that what happened before?
Bishop F6. Oh. Now this is one of the things that I would not have done. Basically, after Bishop takes F6, G takes F6, which is the live position, along with King D2, Black has made a compromise. Now, it doesn't mean he's losing the game. It's like Black has allowed his own structure to be doubled, these doubled F pawns. And it's like, it's a kind of a victory. It's a small victory that you've managed to make a long-term weakness in your camp. And this is what Magnus thrives upon. Not that Magnus is going to win the game, but this is something that he says, well, I've achieved something, I stand better, and now my opponent really has to defend for the rest of the game. Again, the position is probably very dry, very drawn, but I would not have made the decision that he did. And after King D2, we see the move King F8, very nicely bringing his king into the center of the board. We see King C3.
And Bishop to F1
Bishop
was
F1.
Hikaru's last move.
Because the king, of course, has attacked the bishop moved, and we see F2, F4. And Hikaru will quickly play King E7, I suspect. He has.
This has become a blitz game. This position is already so simplified that the two players are making their moves very quickly, even though Magnus has still 20 minutes on the clock.
Yes. Well, at this point, I guess both players are absolutely satisfied that they know their moves. And after King D4, King D6, Bishop F3, we're up to date with the players. And now a key moment in the game for Hikaru. If you play the move E6, E5, check. You're happy. Except it means that you've now created a weakness on the F5 square. And it could potentially come back to haunt you. If you play E5 check, the king will go to E4, and this is what I mean by having the double pawns. The double pawns don't control as many squares as they are when they're in a normal formation. So Hikaru ducked the opportunity to play E5, and instead he has played F5. I think that that was a superior move as well. Now, to make progress, White would love to play the move G2, G4. The problem is the pawn on H3 is hanging. So in order to move the G pawn, I have to move the H pawn. So I'm thinking that in the near future, we're going to see H3, H4. And the question that Magnus has to ask himself, what about E4? Can he gain any edge by E4? What I have in mind for Magnus, by the way, is after captures, again, this idea of maybe going for F5. But again, it looks very even, despite the double pawns.
And despite Black having more pawns on light squares, which is
Kind of
the
a
colors.
checkers, yes?
Yes.
The same squares as
You
the
only need to
bishop.
push b5 and a6 and then it's perfect.
Exactly.
Perfectly bad. Don't do that.
Don't do that, no. So here I'm expecting h3, h4, g2, g3, followed by either a g4 or e4. But Hikaru looks perfectly happy, like, you got nothing. I only teased you a little bit by giving you allowing double pawns, but it's a draw, it's a draw. Let's start thinking about game number 2.
Well, in case they finish early, they will still need to stay here for the second game. So let's remind our viewers of the format of this match.
Please.
It's 16 games in total. For 4 days, we will see 2 games starting from the same position. So this was game number 1. And at 8 o'clock local time, they will have the second game with reverse colors from the very same initial position.
Exactly.
With the same time control for 4 days. That is 45 minutes plus 15 minutes after the 40th move.
Okay.
And all these games count as double points.
2
So
points
a
for the
victory would
match.
be 2 points, draw is 1 point, because the last day is 8 games in faster rapid time control, that is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds.
Right, and those games will only have a 1 point
1
value.
point. In total 16, that's how
So
we will.
essentially we're saying there's 24 points up for grabs. The first player to 12 and a half will win the match, but they're going to play all the games
All the games.
regardless of who gets to 12 and a half first.
That is correct. And the match is unrated, but what's here on stake, 1.5 million Norwegian crowns.
Very nice.
And prestige.
Of course.
I think for the 2 players, this is very important. Even though this is not a classical chess world championship match.
No.
The 2 are very competitive and the 2 want to hold all sorts of titles. Everything you can win. Nakamura has been considered the best bullet player in the world.
Yes.
But in the Speeches Chess Championship between Magnus and Hikaru, actually Magnus won the bullet portion.
Which shocked me. I was watching that match and I couldn't believe it, because if there was any part of that match, I was absolutely 100% confident that Hikaru was going to win. It was the bullet side. And when Magnus won the bullet, I said, my God, this guy is amazing. Magnus is a phenomenon the chess world has never seen. And it's, 1,500 years history, because he's dominated classical chess, blitz and rapids, and now bullet? No, they're
Exactly.
specialists. Okay, we do have moves. I think after the move f5, I don't have a live update on my screen, and there we do see it. We did see
has been
e4.
played as you expected.
Right, but I was thinking that after the trade, that things are really getting the position's getting too reduced. If Magnus pulls the magic in this game, that would be really remarkable. Okay, once again, what White is hoping to do is he's hoping to advance his kingside pawns. h4, g4. If he can get if he could illegally make the move g2 to g5, then he's got some nibble, because then, as you were mentioning, bishop h5 and all of Hikaru's pawns are on light squares, making them vulnerable to the bishop attacking them. So after takes on e4, king takes e4, literally that is the worry that White's going to get this advance going on the king side, and he's going to have to stop that, essentially.
I see some of our viewers asking us about the environment, because they have seen the photograph behind the 2 players. If you were not here with us at the beginning, we have mentioned that this is a very special match. It's not only a chess match, it is an art performance.
Yes.
Where the 2 players form part of an exhibition. So they are basically an art performance, the 2 players, the match, and the hall, which is full of photographs of tombs of former world chess champions. This is an art performance by the Norwegian photographer Dag Alveng. This is his exhibition. It was opened yesterday at the opening ceremony of the match.
Exactly, and the photographs are really, really gorgeous. When you're in this art center, from the moment you enter, you see these really, really beautiful photographs all over, and it's very prestigious
And
hall
an
that we're
interesting
in.
concept about the tombs. And
Yeah.
what do you think about this, Yasser? You have a room full of the tombs of former World Chess champions.
I know that there is a hobbyist who really like photographing the gravestones, and they have made books about these collections because some of the word escapes me for the moment, but it's like the tomb, almost a chapel where the body's interned, and then it's like a mausoleum kind of thing, and it's a kind of an artistic thing. For me, it's kind of a little bit creepy. I don't want to think about death, certainly not at my age.
Come on, Yasser.
But we do have some moves. Sorry. So
you escaped the topic.
I escaped the topic because, but it is very intriguing for sure. We do have F7, F5 check, very committal decision. But Hikaru is anticipating that White will at a future point play the move G4. So he's played the move F5 check. The king went to D4. The bishop dropped. Okay, the bishop was having some function on F1. It was containing the move G2, G4. Hikaru dropped back with his bishop, right? Bishop B5, and we've had B4. Well, I definitely, again, probably people who have their chess engines at home, the chess engines are saying 0, 0, 0, but in a game between two human players, I definitely like White here. I would much rather play White. First of all, why? Kings. If you think about the king position, my king on D4 stands more offensive than the king on D6. Secondly, we've been talking about the pawn structure. The pawns on E6 and F5 are basically fixed. They're on light color squares. And I'm thinking that if I could advance my pawn from G4 to G5, I'll get a passer thanks to H4, H5, and G6. So I definitely prefer White.
I agree with you. I wouldn't like to play this position as black, as you have mentioned. I will not repeat it, but I agree with all of those. The
Yes.
king position, the pawns on which color the pawns are fixed. So knowing that the player with the white pieces is Magnus Carlsen, I expect another 40 moves and perhaps a victory. What do you think?
Ooh, that's strong.
I know it's a long shot.
The 40 moves, yes. And by the way, we haven't talked about it that much, but yeah, the times are still almost 7 extra minutes, 14 minutes for Magnus for the time control, 7. So he's definitely got an edge on the clock. He's got an edge in the position. And Hikaru, just like a niche, is being lulled to sleep. I don't think that he has his spidey sense isn't tingling enough. He needs to be more consciously aware that there are dangers in the position, and they're becoming acute.
What does this facial expression tell you? Sorry that I was interrupting you, but we had this nice close-up of Hikaru just when you said that maybe he is not aware. It doesn't mean anything.
No, Hikaru, he makes, like Gary Kasparov before him, Hikaru makes in a game so many facial expressions, it's virtually impossible to kind of decipher them. They're not really tells. But he's very, very expressive. Magnus, on the other hand, I played poker with Magnus.
You did play poker with Magnus?
I played poker with Magnus.
That's a story to tell.
Yeah, and at the chessboard, Magnus has a great poker face. When he's playing poker, he's more giggling, and we have more moves. G4, after B4, we had a move, H6. G4, as expected. Magnus is threatening to win the game, by the way, with G5.
Yes.
So bishop F1 was played, and he didn't
F5.
he didn't play H4. I kind of expected H4, but GF, EF. Okay, that's interesting. because here, I guess bishop takes f6 was an issue.
A big issue, probably.
I think that's a big issue. I agree. So that's why we saw e takes f. I think for the first time Hikaru has actually gotten up from the board. And we have h4 on
Bishop to b5 happened afterwards.
Bishop
then
to
bishop
b5.
d1.
Bishop d1.
Maneuvering to c2 to attack the f5 pawn.
Bishop to d7 in
Already
anticipation. Now I don't think there's anything anymore in the position. After bishop b3, that kind of, that's it. Magnus on the king side couldn't make any headway, and this looks really, really drawn. I mean, you can maneuver the bishop to g6. You can put the bishop here, then you can put the bishop here. But with this pawn on f5 firmly protected by the bishop on d7, there's no worries. And I think Magnus has just come to the absolute conclusion that his advantage, the king advantage, it's not enough. It's not enough.
So that facial expression on Magnus's face
That
was
said,
the disappointment.
Yeah, that says that I can see a draw in the very immediate future. Very immediate.
By the way, the players, both of them are wearing a heart rate monitor.
Really?
For the Norwegian television.
Okay.
So they are also observing now whether the players are nervous, excited. I think we will also ask if we
How
can
that
see into
worked.
the stats and how the players felt during the game. We don't
Okay.
have access to that data. But it's of course great that they have agreed to it, because you need the players to agree, both of them. You
Of
cannot
course.
just tell them, okay, you wear this and
Right.
good luck.
Exactly. Okay, so their hearts are being monitored, and a fluctuation would probably indicate that they're excited for something in the position that they're seeing. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a calm, the heart rate of Magnus kind of coming down a bit, because right before these pawns on the G, right here, I thought that there might still be a little action in the position for Magnus. I really thought that he was going to start with the move h3. Sorry, okay, let me just get rid of that. Go away, please. I thought he might start with the move h4. So, for example, let's say black marks time, yeah? And then g4. In this case, Hikaru would have had to be stuck with a pawn on e6. Probably that also is not enough. Sure doesn't. Nah, I have to correct myself. It sure looks like this is just ending very, very dry. Oops, excuse me. We saw g4. I have to get up to date with the players.
Sure. I was just going to add, because we had a very nice view of the hole on the previous shot. What you see is a limited number of people that can enter at the same time.
Right.
It cannot be crowded. There are a lot more people here in the art gallery, but they cannot be inside in the same area at the same time.
Right. And we do have some moves. It looks like we have bishop went back to c8, bishop went here, bishop went here. I'm just trying to catch up with the players with my live board. Bishop d3. I've done something wrong, but it doesn't matter. King c4, and this is the position we have on the board at the moment. And as we can see, black has covered very nicely all the entry squares. The white, there's a barrier. The white king cannot break through. And the players are playing quickly now. And probably have they reached the time control? Yes, they have. So their clocks have been given the 15-minute bonus.
So actually Hikaru was close to finishing all the time he had for the first 40 moves. Now we see it's 18 minutes. He had probably 4 or 5 minutes left before he managed to get the...
Wow, what happened there?
Oh, we just wanted to sum it up already.
Okay.
Let's go through the game again.
Okay,
yes,
I
sir.
see. I see. And we do have a lot of moves. The players are playing quickly. But the bottom line is the very minimal advantage that Magnus has is not enough. The defense simply holds the position comfortably.
Will we see a handshake soon? Or do
I
you think that
think
Magnus
so.
can still create something?
I just don't see any ways for him to make enough problems. In chess, you have to challenge your opponent to answer a lot of questions correctly. If they get the answers wrong, you win. Unfortunately, I just don't see enough problems for Magnus to pose to Hikaru.
I see an interesting comment in the chat. It's in relation with the heart rate monitors. According to Brother Godfrey, this must impact their psychology in this match, even if only subconsciously. Do you think that there's any influence on the players now that their heart rate is being monitored?
Hard to say. First of all, I never had such a challenge myself.
Oh, handshakes, sorry.
And we do have
this has
the first draw of the match.
Very first game. Let's see what the players will discuss now, because it's also interesting. You see sometimes pointing at the square. Yeah, F2, E2.
Yeah. Did I have something? Magnus is asking. Hikaru is answering. Well, I was worried about one idea, but when you didn't play it, I thought, okay.
And with my bishop on d6, so the
Right.
d5, but I prevented it with bishop a4. We will aim to have the players on the show, so don't go anywhere. This is not over. We are just getting started. Now we will sum up the game. We will go through the moves so that you can see the entire game. And later on we will have interviews. This was just the first game of today. There will be a second game with the same position, with the very same position, reversed colors.
I thought Queen D8 was not necessary in the opening because
Which position, sorry?
no, like
I
just
mean after you played knight f3.
And let's see, did I do it? Well, let's find out if I did it right or not. So, again, just to emphasize what you were saying, Anna, this is the game position that they will start with at 8 o'clock. Both players will have black and white from the same starting position. So get out your chess engines to our audience, figure out a very good opening plan for white and an opening plan for black. And what we saw didn't bring Magnus anything special. In fact, already at move 2, even as early as move 4, I thought that exactly at this moment, Hikaru was actually, I would prefer Hikaru's position here. After this move, bishop d6, this was a little bit too ambitious. I think after this move, white got a smidge of something because white was a little bit better after bishop d3. And unfortunately, in the bishop ending that we just witnessed, there wasn't enough in the position for Magnus to make anything special. But we will have the opening position again for the second game. Exactly.
Can we go back to that initial position and see, now that we have time for it,
Okay.
just sit back and look
And-
at this starting position.
Right.
What do we see here?
Well, again, I see everything is fine. The one piece that I'm identifying as, you know, the real ulcer in the position is this bishop on e1 as well as the bishop on e8. The bishop on f1 is going to be fianchettoed. That's great. The knights we can see are easily coming to the b3, c3 squares. So I'm thinking that the guy I want to get into the game is this bishop. And the way I would have done it is I would have played d4, right?
Instead of
So
c4, what we have
that's
seen in the game,
that's
you would
right.
start with d4.
I would start with d4 with the idea that this bishop is already eyeballing the potential for the c3 and even the b4 squares. Now, really, I have to wait for my opponent to react, because if my opponent reacts badly, let me suggest a bad reaction, then I can take the center very nicely, and I can see, for example, after bishop g7, I can see, for example, I'll play knight b3, and my bishop is going to go, in this case, to the h6 square. And I've solved my problem, I've solved my ulcer, I called it, and black has not solved his. So at the start, I'm sitting there in a Fischer random game, in a Fischer random position, and I'm thinking, what is going to be my problem piece? How am I going to develop my problem piece? And I want to take care of that first. It's not everybody's cup of tea. I asked you about it as well. Would you consider f3 and maybe bishop f2? But
I
you
don't
do.
like it so much, but maybe it's just this. That
It's
in
temporary.
classical chess, it's not what we usually want to do.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the both players have got to think how I'm going to solve my problem piece. In the, in the game that actually took place, Magnus started with c4, and after knight c3, he had a problem because his bishop on e1 remained awkward. Yeah?
Yes.
And I thought that that Hikaru should have played bishop e7 here. So I don't think, I am certain, Hikaru is not going to copy Magnus.
That's what we are going to see soon. So as we have mentioned, the format is 2 games each day. Now with reverse colors, Magnus had the white pieces in this game. He chose to have the white pieces. So at the opening ceremony there was a drawing of lots, and Magnus got to choose the color for the first game. He decided that he wanted to have white in the first game. What does that tell us? Now they have over an hour between the 2 games. Will they be preparing this position?
Absolutely. I'm sure that Chris Littlejohn, who is the helper for Hikaru, from the very moment that he got the position, he started working with chess engines. So he's probably, Hikaru, if he's not on the Norwegian TV doing an interview, is probably on a Skype conversation with his second, Chris Littlejohn, talking about, the plans that he should be considering for game 2.
And we are expecting the same from Team Magnus.
Of
I don't
course.
think that Magnus will just lie on the sofa for an hour and a half until the next game begins, but
That's
he
right.
will do his homework as well. So it will be very interesting for us too to see. For the first game they had just a little over 10 minutes, officially 15 minutes, but the first day is always, the Prime Minister was here, you need to greet all the people that come to visit the VIPs.
Right.
So they didn't have much to think about this initial
prepare,
position.
yeah.
Prepare. I'm pretty sure they couldn't even bring the computer with them.
No.
But for the second game, now they have over an hour to
be.
think and see what their seconds prepared. So this will be very interesting to see what can they come up with.
Exactly. Well, again, I don't think it's going to be c4, knight c3. I remember Bobby Fischer and Garry Kasparov were not enemies. I'm not even sure that they ever met one another, but they but certainly through the media, they threw volleys at one another. So Bobby claimed that Gary and Anatoly had fixed every move of every match that they ever played, and that they were world-class criminals, and he was very, very, very critical about them, about both players. And Gary, for his side, was asked, well, what do you think about Fischer Random? And Gary said, well, actually, it's a very interesting variant. I wouldn't mind it at all. And I would play a Fischer Random match if it was proposed to me. And even going further, Gary said that what he thought is that they should pick a Fischer Random position for the entire year.
One position for the entire year.
And that you could have a Fischer Random tournament that was based upon that one position. So then they interviewed Bobby and said, hey, you hear these great things that Gary Kasparov said about Fischer Random. Bobby said, what? What are you talking about? Oh, no, Gary Kasparov said that Fischer Random wasn't a bad variation. So Bobby, who was very worried, says, so what's the catch? What's the catch? And he said, well, Gary suggested that you play the one position the whole year. Aha, you see, that's the catch. The Soviets, I mean to say the Russians, they'll study the position and they'll out-prepare their opponents. So there was that going on. I thought it was a fun mind game. That they were
I did
playing
not know about this relation between the two.
Americans, Bobby Fischer fans, we were keeping track of every word.
They were not tweeting back then, but it's almost like tweeting something nasty the other.
There were dollops of poison being thrown about. Do we have some very interesting comments from our audience?
Yes, this
their
is
reflections
your moment
on
to talk to us. And in case you were not here when we mentioned, every game counts as 2 points. So the draw in this case meant 1-1. Because the last day, those 8 games will be the normal count. 1 point for victory and half for a draw. I think soon we will have a guest.
Yes, the organizer, Jeroen, or we simply call JJ, is easier. He's in the studio, and he's probably going to want to get mic'd up. So my suggestion is I'm going to take a break, and JJ is going to replace me, and I'll ask him to keep his hands to himself, and it should be a very nice interview. JJ, why don't you come on over?
I'm pleased to be joined by the tournament director of this wonderful event, Göran Aulin Jansson. First day, lots of visitors. The Prime Minister of Norway has come to make the first move. What do you think about your event so far?
Well, so far it's, let's say, gone over my expectations. Still I'm nervous, although the first game has now finished, so let's say now things should start rolling, and I think they will, but still I'm a little bit nervous. There's always something that you have forgotten.
Tell us about the whole concept, how it started, because this was the idea of you and of Mr. Dag Alveng, the Norwegian artist whose photographs are in the hall.
Yes, actually.
How did it come together?
Actually, it was Atle Grønn who spoke to Dag Alveng, who wanted the famous photographer, who's also having a great exhibition here. They talked together and thought that maybe it could be a good idea to have a Fischer Random tournament or match. And then Dag Alveng contacted me, and I thought, well, that sounds like a very good idea. Let's do it. And then the ball started rolling, and we got some great support by the Bærum municipality. And sponsors were coming in, so suddenly we had to go.
Do you personally like Fischer Random, or how did it come together that it would be Fischer Random that you organize?
Well, first of all, Magnus has been world champion in both Blitz, Rapid and Classic. And there were some years ago, in 2009, I think Nakamura beat Aranjan and then became the reign champion, unofficial. And we thought, let's go for that. That's the only thing Magnus hasn't achieved yet.
So you are giving Magnus a chance to get yet another title.
And they are both giving us a great chance for a great show.
That is really what we are impressed with, both online and on site, as well as on Norwegian television. Do you know already some numbers? How many people have been tuning in for the first game on Norwegian television?
I wish I did, but I don't. But they expect approximately 300,000 to follow it at any moment.
Wow.
Which is
for a country of 5 million people, that is very
impressive.
High.
Definitely, it's more than football, and football is very popular.
More than football,
yes.
And that is all thanks to Magnus Carlsen. It's the Magnus effect.
Yes, and also we shouldn't forget NRK in itself. They have created, let's say, an atmosphere, a studio with experts and guests, which obviously the Norwegian people find interesting.
What do you think is the secret of their show? Maybe this is a model that other countries should learn from. What is it that Norwegian television does for the audience? Most of those people don't even play chess.
Which is a very important point, actually. They managed to get the drama of the chessboard and translate this so normal people without any chess knowledge actually finds it interesting. And that's the key, and I believe that could be done in all over the world, more or less.
We should all watch Norwegian television and
There's
learn from it.
a bit to learn from, yes, definitely.
So after you had the idea and you started, as you said, the ball started rolling, what were the biggest milestones in achieving that this event would come together?
Well, of course, money situation is what makes it happen or not happen. So, of course, we needed to get solid support from some sponsors, but also from Bærum municipality, and they have been very generous. So I think it was in, let's say, early December that we knew that we have a go.
How about the players? Who did you approach first? Was it Magnus, and what was his reaction?
Actually, we approached Hikaru first. And
since he's the reigning world champion.
Yeah, and he gave positive feedback. Then we spoke to Magnus, and he gave positive feedback as well. So we're very happy about this.
Everyone is happy, and we are even happier now. I see Yasser is here with us. He's supervising the interview. It's going well.
He's watching me.
It's going well. What do you think about the playing venue? You're a chess player yourself. You have been to many tournaments. You have organized other tournaments. What do you think about this concept that it's an art performance?
Well, I know that, let's say, art and chess from time to time has, say, found each other. I know that I think it's the president in the Russian Chess Federation, Filatov, have organized many tournaments and matches in art museums, and I definitely like the idea. I think it's a great fit, also here. So I'm definitely positive, and this will not be the last time.
We also hope that it won't be the last time, and I think this was something new to all our viewers on the mainly a chess community watching online, but they haven't seen this happening ever. None of us, whether online or on TV or in person, that it's actually a match that is part of an exhibition. So it's not like you have photographs or paintings as a background design. The whole concept is coming together as one piece.
Yes, and it is a part of an art project from Dag Alving.
I think we will also need to interview him later. We hope to have
Definitely.
the pleasure to interview him. As a final thought, what would you highlight as your favorite part of this match, or what are you the happiest about?
I'm inclined to say the after party, but but well, I should find something more serious, of course. But I don't. It's the after party.
And for you, in terms of your professional career, organizing tournaments is not your main job, but you have been very much involved in chess as the president of the Norwegian Chess Federation, in the organization of the Altibox Norway Chess tournaments. Is this yet another achievement for you as well? So Magnus might get a new title here, but is it also a new title for you, something that you have achieved?
I don't think it's, let's say, this is not a one-man show. That's without everybody who's actually helping here, we couldn't make this happen. So focusing on me or anybody else is not fair, and it's not right. So it's I don't deserve anything more than the other guys.
I think this is Norwegian education, that you're always so humble, and it's the effort of everyone together.
If I thought I could get away with it, I would have taken all the credit, but I don't think so.
I told you that was my final question, but final question is, if this is a one-time event or we are going to see more of this?
Well, let's hope there will be some more. But I can't make any promises, but I wouldn't mind, that's for sure.
We also hope that this is a regular event in Norway, a Fischer Random Championship match.
That would be great.
Thank you so much for the interview, Göran.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our show of this live Fischer Random World Championship match between Hikaru Nakamura, the champion, and his challenger, Magnus Carlsen. I'm joined during the break between games 1 and 2 by a dear old friend, Jonathan Tisdall, Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall, who makes his home in Norway. You're just
Yes, that's
you're
right.
just
Good to see you.
outside of Oslo, is that
That's
right?
right,
Jonathan?
in a place called Asker.
And
People, yeah, you might have occasionally, chess people might have occasionally heard of it. Our club ventures out into Europe every now and then.
very nice.
Yeah.
Now, Jonathan, you've been basically chess-centric from everything you can imagine, from being a writer, international grandmaster. You've been reporter for, was it AP? I remember you getting Reuters. You got stuck in Moscow for 6 months.
Well, no, it was
The 90
7 months out of 14.
7 months out of 14.
The one stint was just 4.5, 5 months.
And of course, we're talking about the first match that went 48,
The 48 games, yes.
You
Actually,
didn't see that coming, did you?
No, unfortunately, I didn't get to see all 48. I think I saw the most of any reporter, but I got sent home just a few games before the end because Reuters thought it's not ever going to end. So
Wow. Okay, so you did see how it all just
no, I
panned
didn't
out,
see the real fun end games, at the end.
which
I
was
missed
fun,
that.
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
too good. And tell us a little bit about your reaction here. So Magnus is on home ground. He's playing in this absolutely beautiful facility, and the crowds are amazing. I mean, that opening ceremony yesterday, you know, we were cramped for space.
Yeah.
Was that
And
expected? Are you used to that? I mean, as a
For-
chess grandmaster, I'm not. I want to say
Well,
the crowds.
We have to share the plaudits there. I think that was also a testament to how big an artist Dag Alveng is. I mean,
The
he's
photographer
Yeah, the
who's
photographer. He is an absolute groundbreaker. He's the Magnus Carlsen of photography, more or less.
So the combination
So,
of
yeah.
the two.
So that's why. But
The crowds
but
were out in
the
force.
crowds were, yeah. I mean, you can't always hold a chess tournament at an art center and expect that kind of a turnout.
Right.
But on the other hand, Magnus stops traffic more or less
Yes.
wherever we go and whatever we do.
Earlier, before you came on, JJ, the organizer, he was talking with Anna.
A man from Oscar.
Exactly. And mentioning the enormous success that chess has had on the television here in Norway. Now, you and I have traveled the world. We've never seen anything like that in any of the
Well,
countries we go to. That the
Not
chess,
like this, no.
No.
And I've heard like even Russians, old-fashioned Russians, are just I mean, they did even at the height of
Exactly.
popularity, it wasn't the same thing. Although I have to say, I've lived 3 places and I've seen chess make it to TV in all of them. Fischer brought chess to TV.
in
Although
1972,
it
Shelby
only
Lyman.
it only lasted a little while. 'Cause
Well, the
he
length of the
yeah,
match.
Yeah, and he ruined things pretty quickly. with that. But and then in England, of course, I was there during the golden era. So there was Master Chess, the Master Game, and
on
things
the
like this.
BBC.
Yeah, and so and there was real interest there. But that was as long as their Olympic team was a gold contender, and after
Right.
that, it gradually. I mean, short match brought it up again, but. Once they don't have something to focus on, it's vanished quickly in other places. Whereas
Well,
here, we
This
have,
is the exception, though. I mean,
well,
even in those
we
2
have-
examples that you just
Yeah.
gave, in the U.S. for 1972, 1993 for London in the Nigel Short match, but this is still going on literally
Well,
for years.
Yeah, sure, and that's of course Magnus is still champion. And I'm sure, first of all, he's very young, and Norway, if you're a hero, you're a very big hero. I mean,
Right.
So I'm sure that if he's unseated, he will continue to capture the audiences until he's no longer a viable return candidate. And hopefully, that means that we'll have had probably decades to establish chess as a real interest here. And this. Like I'm tweeting quite actively here.
Okay.
And I was shocked yesterday to find out that there's the NRK TV team is 40 people strong here.
Me too. I
mean,
came
that's-
yesterday. I was flabbergasted.
yeah,
I mean, wow.
We've had TV coverage of major events here with much smaller teams, and this is Fischer Random Chess. And then this morning, I thought to myself, the Winter Olympics are starting.
It has. I was
Yeah.
watching the
The
opening
winter-
ceremony as
and
I came.
Here,
Yeah.
it's completely, it's the biggest thing ever. I mean, anything with snow or ice, the Norwegians do it.
Of course.
And
They're great.
to have a team of that size putting Fischer Random Chess on primetime TV.
Wow. Okay, so once again, the key question that I would like to ask you is what's the formula for their success? What do they do that brings out these massive audiences? 5 million people in Norway, 1 million of them were watching Riyadh, the Saudi Arabia, King Solomon World Blitz and World Rapid Championships. 20% of the population. You get those figures in the United States, it's $1 billion industry.
Oh. Yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah,
20% of
Well, I mean,
330 million people.
they are very good at it. And maybe also because it was such a hot commodity so quickly that there was competition. So
Okay.
you've got the state broadcaster, which has clearly a lot of power. It's like our BBC.
Okay.
But the main commercial network, TV2, also has been very active in chess broadcasting. So they probably spurred each other on. And like the heart monitor thing, that's been in development for years. In fact, we staged a TV tournament for TV2, not NRK,
Yes.
a couple of years ago to qualify a player for the Norway Chess Super Tournament. And
Is that the one with
Hammer.
Simon Egderstein?
yes,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, but I brought back old timers versus the youngsters.
Okay.
And nicely for us, Jan Ludvig Hammer, local boy, won.
Mm-hmm.
But already then there was talk about heart monitors. But
Tell us
one
a little
one-
bit about it.
but-
What does the heart monitor do? And
Well, I don't know if you've been getting
We
the
don't
feed.
have the feed.
Okay, but the pulse rate of each player is running at the top of the screen. So you get,
so
hopefully,
you get a chess engine going like this. You get a pulse that goes like this,
And
and,
it's-
you know somebody's in trouble.
I'm very curious to know how, if it worked completely, because there was
Okay.
at one point in the game, Magnus's pulse rate dropped so low, you'd think, my God, he must be in a coma or something. And Hikaru spiked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it was.
So there was some excitement.
Well, I don't know. I mean, but afterwards, Magnus. I mean, I suppose if you're a top athlete and very relaxed, you might be able to do that. And I said, maybe he is. Maybe
He's
it's
just
possible.
like calm
Yeah,
or something.
it's possible. I don't know, but it's very interesting, and we've always wanted to do that.
So
we had
that's an
software problems the first
innovation
time, yeah.
that started.
But
that's-
for example, that same event, we introduced the confessional, which
which
now-
is brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
I really do.
And now it's a big thing. So there's always a lot of original thinking.
Mm-hmm.
There's been some competition between the coverage, and both stations have been extremely good at finding people who can talk to the masses.
Okay.
And make it understandable.
So the programs as they're aired, it's not like what we do. We're not sitting there. They're not sitting there saying, "Okay, the king's indeed in defense. This is a great novelty. Magnus is prepared." They're really talking to a lay audience.
Yes, there's always somebody that represents that voice in the studio, often celebrity,
Okay.
interested celebrity, that kind of thing.
A Norwegian celebrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's all in Norwegian, of course.
Yeah, although the post-game interviews were done in English, I noticed today. So that might be for,
Okay.
maybe there's a bigger market out there, maybe it's for Hikaru, I don't know. But it was very interesting, the whole thing was done in English. Surprised me a
Wow.
bit, yeah.
And again, the numbers are amazing. The viewership
yes.
is just something astounding.
But they must have tremendous faith and interest to be able to do this during the winter.
Yeah, during the Winter Olympics. So is that the big? So NRK is not the host TV station for the Olympics. The Olympics obviously very big. NRK has put this event together to rival the Olympics, to try to draw an audience away from their competition.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's an interesting way to look at it. So yes, I'll say yes. I'll say yes.
Okay.
But of course, the big test will be when we get something on TV without Magnus. That will be the big test.
That
And
will-
hopefully, it'd be great, for example, to see if we could get the candidates on because they want to see who wants to play Magnus.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a dramatic angle to me.
Right,
Yeah.
Berlin, and that's coming
Yeah.
up in March, of
Yeah,
course.
Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what their plans are, but that's when you know it's sunk into the population at large.
Right.
They're willing to watch even without Magnus.
I know.
Then it's then it's an adopted
A
sport.
sport.
Yeah, just like everybody at skis. They'll have the same relationship to chess. That's what we're.
Wow, that will be a huge step forward. Now let's talk about yourself a little bit. You are obviously plugged into the chess scene here. You do a lot, obviously as a writer, commentator, and now social media director, it sounds to me like. But you're also the team captain of Norway. Talk a little bit how you got dragged into that role.
Well,
you know.
it's not a set role. I mean, I don't know. I've done it twice now. I took the kids to the World Team Championship, which we qualified due to the amazing result at the last Olympiad. During that time, I'd taken a 2-year test position as a director of talent development, the developing top chess.
Okay.
So I was sort of a natural person to choose at that point. And we had a very unusual strategy, and it was actually planned. I mean, it might look accidental, but we had Magnus had this very clever idea of wanting to try and play the top team, our top team throughout. So we had to bring one guy with us who was willing to be a dummy, to pretend like he was a member of the team. Well, he did play in the first round, because we have to make it look good. But basically, the idea was we wanted to see, there's no reason why you can't play an 11-round tournament if everybody knows they can't have rest days, just like if it was on their own back in an open tournament.
So it was a training game. It was with a world champion. How inspiring! That's
cool.
cool.
But Magnus is he takes a lot of personal responsibility. I think anyway at these team tournaments. So he keeps the guys together and keeps an eye on them.
Right.
So it's just good. It makes it very easy for the captain.
Right. Exactly. So, Magnus, go straighten that guy out for me, will you?
So just keep Magnus happy, and everything goes smoothly.
And then, of course, Norway had a fantastic result in Baku. I mean, wow, you were on the top boards, and going into the competition, everybody said, okay, they've got one top dog, but they're not going to be a factor. And it turned out to be absolutely not true.
Well, at the time, I was in this spokesman type of position, and FA people said, well, you're ranked this high. I said, well, you can't really act like this. Our team rating is up because of Magnus. We don't have huge depth yet. And at the time, they were very, very young.
Right.
The boards 3 and 4, Aryan and. I thought we had the youngest team at the Olympiad, but the Iranians were ridiculous.
Right, exactly.
It turned out.
But
so
you have a very, very, very bright future, actually.
Yes.
And now you don't just have Magnus as a world champion, you have the world junior champion, Tari.
Yes, that's fantastic.
And that is really fantastic. I was there at the opening ceremony in Tata Steel, and Jeroen Vandenberg asked Tari, what would you say to Magnus? You never won the World Junior Championship. It was quite good, actually.
Yeah.
So he's very proud that his advance to be world champion, he's literally picking up the country as well. He's having an enormously positive effect.
Yeah, and he's very good. He's a tremendous ambassador. He's a very personable guy, and he needs to shift gears, and that was perfect. That was just what he needed.
Yeah.
So it should be a tremendous. You're an ex-world junior champion, yes?
Yeah. I won it here in Norway, actually, skiing. It was great. It was great.
Yeah, no, it's a big boost to the career.
Exactly.
And it gives you a lot of inner calm and confidence.
Absolutely, and it also opened up a lot of doors to a lot of invitations.
Sure.
So I'm hoping Tari will also get that opportunity to get some really great competition. Looking ahead, these are, I don't know if I can describe it this way, but it certainly feels like that to me. A golden age for chess. This year, for example, 2018, you're going to have all the private tournaments, you're going to have the Grand Chess Tour, you're going to have the candidates, the World Champion, the Olympiad. I mean, that calendar is really full. It's amazing.
Yeah.
This is the best time ever for chess. Do you feel similar?
Yeah. I think this year is astonishing because, first of all, Tata has always been one of my favorites. I think it's one of the greatest. They really know how to hold a tournament.
Right.
They make
it's
it
a
bit
festival.
longer. They have a mixed bag, they have challenges. It's fantastic, and just the tradition, and they didn't know how to do it.
Yes.
And then, more or less at the same time this year, we had Gibraltar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Already.
And of course, yeah, and Berlin is coming, the candidates.
Right.
And it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. And the world title match, of course.
Quick question before I let you go about the World Championship match. Now, again, we're the children of the Bobby Fischer boom.
Yes, that's right.
And we grew up with these 24-game matches. And I actually found the longer matches much more interesting and challenging. The match in New York was 12 games. That, for me, is a very short match. It's not a really good, powerful challenge for, and it was a match that Magnus almost lost.
Yes. Well, you know, I mean, as somebody who nearly watched all of the 48-game matches.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, no, I missed the 24-game match, of course, but you tell the kids that nowadays. Now, they tend to come down to the last 2 or 4 games or the last one, so.
Right. Maybe
in a
12
way I can
is doable.
Yeah, in a
it's
way
okay.
I can understand it. It's a bit sad because you still have this long drawing start usually at the beginning, so it only feels like a 6-game match, where in the old days it felt more like a 14-game match or something. That 14, 16. I'd like to see it 16, actually.
Kind of a compromise midway.
Yeah. Also because in the old days, I mean, you remember that 48 games, that was, even regular timeouts.
Yeah, no, I
this kind
hated
of thing,
that.
and it was a much slower pace. So
Right.
even if you go up to 16, it would be much faster.
Absolutely, no adjournments, no
Of course,
timeouts.
That's for us, you know. I mean, I don't know what people nowadays think it is. I think they'd like to see a weekend of rapid chess decide the title sometimes. But
Well, the funny thing is, you just mentioned my next question. The playoff, the tiebreaker that occurred in New York, actually in some ways rescued the match. I didn't find the match that exciting, but the playoff was fantastic. I mean, let's just face it, that was wonderful.
I'm gradually coming over to the, well, it's better than 12-12, one guy gets it, or
Right.
coin tosses, or whatever, the other things that happened earlier, not in world titles anyway, but.
The playoff was brilliant.
Sure, and I think now, as the game becomes more and more even, I think we're just going to see that more and more often in everything. I mean, in Tata, finally, 80 years.
80
and
years, it
now-
was the first time they did
yeah,
it.
and poor Gary. But,
I know.
but
He got, it's your word, I'm going to steal it from you and you don't say it.
magnetized.
He got
Yeah,
magnetized, that was it.
But the I think you're just going to have to be well-rounded and all-rounder. You have to be able to do
Blitz and rapid and
Armageddon, and every funny bit of tie break that they come up with.
in between, yeah.
Or maybe I think we maybe need more things like this, because I think this is just incredibly fascinating. Although I don't think we've had maximum excitement from the format yet, because
No,
they
well, game one.
normalized this, or as I was saying, that's where I originally said the position was magnetized so quickly in game one that we didn't really get a sense of it. But yesterday they had a tandem simul before you landed, and it was Magnus and Hikaru doing alternate moves, and against total amateurs. They played 6 boards before they came over here for the opening of the exhibition, and they agreed they were worse out of the opening on at least 2 of the boards.
Wow.
And you could see the game was taken back to the Stone Age. Yeah, I mean they were just out there, and with absolutely no advantage whatsoever against. Of course, when they play against each other, the dynamic is going to be different.
Right.
But just to actually see that in action, how much it changes and how much it.
Then they had white
resets.
on all the boards.
Yes, that is yes.
So
Of course, Hikaru said something interesting after they finished now to NRK. He said he wasn't sure white was an advantage. in
no,
this
I
experience.
already thought at 3 and move 4 that black
Yes,
was doing
in this,
fine.
in this particular
In the
setup.
first
but
game,
he
yeah.
thought in general, and I wondered.
Oh, in
that
general.
struck me as an odd observation, because I hear that what little computer theory there is, or computer number crunching there's been, but they seem to think white's better in start position, just like in that. You know.
Of course, sure. It would
But
feel
he said
so.
in his experience, he felt that
Well,
Black
he-
had very good results. But
Well, as he's world champion, we're going to defer, aren't we? I mean, we'll let him get away with that one.
sure.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's interesting. That's not the. Is that the start? Oh, it is
That
the
is
start
the
position.
starting
right.
position. We were just thinking in terms of a plan. Jonathan, I really want to thank you so much for joining us, and don't be a stranger. We're here
Oh, I
for the
won't be.
next 5 days.
So am I.
And we're looking forward to this match, and thank you for all the work that you do. And it's really, really appreciated, my friend.
yeah.
Good to see
Yeah,
you.
good to see
It's
you.
really good to
Always.
see you. And by the way, that's Jonathan Tisdale, international grandmaster. Our first competition together was 1976. We played in the U.S. Junior Championships, and it was great.
Memphis?
In Memphis, Tennessee. Very good. And it was 8 players, and out of the 8 players, 6 became grandmasters.
And the one who didn't.
Two became IMs.
Uh-huh,
That was Kenneth Regan.
Yeah.
And the guy
One
who
of the IMs.
Mark Deason won the tournament, and he won the World Junior Championship
Yeah.
after Memphis. And now they give you the Grandmaster title if you win it.
Yeah,
So we had quite a generation,
Yeah.
our generation, I mean.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
It was the good old days for sure.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
thank you again. Thank
Sure
you
thing.
again. We'll take a break, and we'll be back for more coverage of the Fischer Random unofficial World Championship match between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen.
and our live audience, we are playing against you.
Okay. Very good.
That's the challenge.
And how are so the audience through Chess.com or through the Twitch channel are going to suggest moves to you? You're going to be the arbiter.
Exactly. I'm basically monitoring both chats on Chess.com, on Twitch. So from now on, if you want to play, this is your chance to beat Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan
Right.
in Fischer Random.
In Fischer Random. Okay. So I'm going to open with the move D2, D4, because as I was mentioning to yourself throughout in our audience, I see my problem piece being my bishop on E1. So I'm anxious to get that into the game, and then the rest of the game will be easy. So I'm going to
Alright, you say the rest of the game will be easy. What do you guys think about Yasser starting trash talking?
Yeah, of course. Well, you gotta get in, you know, your punches.
Earlier.
And so what the audience should be doing is through their chat boxes, suggesting a move in response, and then you're going to take. You're not going to. You're going to go with the majority, or you're going to go with the one.
I will go with the majority.
Okay.
So the majority vote will need to be the move that we play against you.
Correct.
I will take some time because I want to see what the chat thinks about this position.
Exactly.
Get used to the position, see the plans. And of course, we rely on our live audience as well. They can shout the move if they like to. If they like to, they can shout the move. So D4, Yasser's
D4.
move. And we
Yes.
need to respond. I see some suggestions in the chat. D5.
Okay, but anybody.
H6.
H6. I'd go for that one.
E6.
E6, very French, doing it in a French style way. That makes a lot of sense.
C5.
C5.
Immediately challenging
Wow.
your central pawn.
Boy, I tell you, we got a lot of aggression out there. I mean, why take it out on me?
And I like one comment in particular, Queen B7 mate.
Queen B7 mate. Damn, didn't see that.
I know. I told you we're going to beat you, Yasser.
Oh boy. Oh boy. And
White is lost. White is lost.
White is
That's
lost.
according to our Chess.com community. So
Exactly.
I think D5 is leading. D5 is leading so far.
Okay. And
Any opinion from our live audience on what to play?
anybody for D5? Yeah.
D5?
Okay,
Yeah,
it's getting a
D5
lot of
is
love.
very popular.
D5 is getting
D5
the
getting
love.
more votes, so we are going for D5. That's
You're
our
going
first
to go
move.
for D5. Okay. So
Symmetrical.
D5. Yes.
Solid.
It's very solid. Oh boy. Okay. Now, okay, D5. See, I'm when I was playing professionally, I really liked the Queen's Gambit, except it is black. So I really want to play the move C2, C4, but I'm afraid you guys are going to use my playbook and play a Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be happy with the outcome. So
you don't want to place your queen on C4
yeah,
at
exactly.
this early stage.
Yeah, it's kind of, it'll be out there too soon. So let me see what I'm going to do. Well, something to be said for development. Development's not a bad thing.
There's a few who have just arrived. I see some question marks in the chat saying,
What
what is this initial position?
What is going on?
Welcome to Fischer Random. This is Magnus versus Hikaru in Fischer Random. This is the position they are playing today. They've already played one game with this starting position. The second game will begin in 45 minutes. This is the halftime show where you can beat and should beat Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan.
Just to keep me in my place. Okay, development has got to be good. I'm going to develop
C3.
knight C3.
Interesting. So you don't want to push the C pawn.
I really did, actually, and it's with great reluctance. Great reluctance.
All right, after
Yeah.
knight to C3, it is our turn.
Correct.
I'm relying on the Chess.com community, the Twitch community, and our live audience to make the move. So let's see the
rescue
first
you.
votes.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right. So it's on you guys. Now, what happened was, this was some time ago, probably 20 years, but in my hometown of Seattle, we had a small company called Microsoft.
A small company.
Small
called
company
Microsoft.
by Seattle standards. And because we have like Boeing and Amazon and
okay.
Starbucks. But they had a challenge, Garry Kasparov versus the world. And the world had to play a move a day. And it was an amazing game, so much so that Gary actually made an entire book
Wow.
of this
I did not know
game.
it was an entire book.
Yeah, Gary Kasparov versus the world. So I'm walking in his footsteps.
You are certainly doing that, but we will not let you win the game.
Yeah,
I
yes,
see
he
three
did
moves.
win.
Three moves
moves.
dominating.
Okay.
Four moves probably.
4 moves.
Knight to b6 is one candidate.
Very, very, very logical move.
c5 is another candidate.
Also very logical.
We also have e6 and g6. These 4 moves I see mainly.
The audience is playing very, very, very well. You're going to have a difficult time choosing, because all 4 of those candidate moves would be mine,
Really?
which is a bad sign for me.
I see even the Chess.com crew is joining the team
Hey,
now.
no,
They are
that's
helping
not
me.
allowed.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
no,
Hello,
the
Sam. Thank you for the
Chess.com,
vote. Thanks for the vote.
you know, like put those guys on ice. You know, I'm going to talk to the director here. You know, excommunicate those lot. You know, they're dangerous.
E5 is now a new suggestion.
Wow, well, I want
Gambit.
Yes, please.
The Yasser Gambit. Pawn.
Oh no!
Pawn.
How did that happen? We
have jumped to the endgame of the Carlsen Nakamura game.
and,
So,
yes.
Knight b6, c5, e6, or g6. Let's now vote for one of those 4 moves.
Narrow it a little bit. Yeah. Let's see where we're going with this one.
c5, knight b6.
So
are
one of the
getting
things
votes.
that we hope to do in this exercise is to guess how close the players are going to find some of these plans. Again, Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces. It'll be intriguing for me to see if he opens like this and copies any of the moves that we come up with.
That would be fascinating if we actually guess their first moves.
Brilliant. We can take a share of the first prize
Oh,
from
definitely.
the
And next year
prize
it's
from-
Yasser versus the world, World Chess Championship, Fischer Random in Norway.
Absolutely.
I
We're
would-
very, very deserving
I would
of the
love
1.5
that.
million Norwegian crowns up for grabs.
This is so close.
Oh,
Knight b6
really?
is now winning, I
Knight
think.
b6.
And e6.
Okay, knight b6.
So it's now between knight b6 and e6. Just those 2. I give
Okay.
you guys 20 seconds, and our live audience should vote. E6 is the vote of the
E6.
live audience. Let's see if the community on Chess.com and Twitch agrees. E6.
Going,
For the first time?
coming, going. So like an
E6.
auction. Beep, 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 beep. It's going, it's going, it's gone. No, I don't know.
E6, knight b6. Still knight b6 is there. Knight b6 is...
Wow, that's a lot of voting
yes,
too. I
I
see
know.
it.
This is not...
Wow. Okay, Anna.
No, you are not allowed to vote twice, but you can repeat your comments so that you say the same move.
I'm going
I
to put my
think-
bots on this. I'm going to get, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to call up my bots, and my bots are going to give, you know, like 1,000
No
recommendations
way.
for H6. If you see a cascade for H6.
If you see a handle called Yasser 199,
Yasser
saying
196.
H6.
You got to do what you got to do, Anna. I mean, you know, this is tough. This is a competition.
I think E6 has won.
E7, E6, yes?
That's
Excellent.
the move of our live audience, and the most votes that I see now on the screen are for E6 and H6. Your bots are there working for you.
Okay, I'm glad I'm in there with a shout. Okay, H7, H6, E7, E6. I feel like there's a lot of French
I
defense
think
lovers out
They
there.
know that they had to go for that one.
Okay, my knight on A1 really is doing nothing. I got to put him to work. Knight A1 to B3 will be my third move. And now all of those players out there who wanted H6, you still have an opportunity to
Calling up Eric to vote for me.
to overcome this horrible prejudice that was instilled by the audience.
Knight to B3. Knight to
Correct.
B3. What are you planning, Yasser?
At the moment, I'm really reacting. I'm just bringing my forces out. My guys are in their barracks. They're sleeping. And that knight on A1 was very, very sleepy. I'm also thinking that my queen I'm very crafty. My queen actually has this open diagonal. And your previous move, e7, e6, actually blocked your queen. So I was kind of thinking that, well, ooh, why does that happen? I didn't do anything.
You just like this bishop endgame so much.
I hate the bishop ending. I hate the bishop ending. Somehow it...
d4, d5.
d4, d5.
Knight to c3 and e6, a very strong and solid move.
Very
played by
solid,
us.
very solid. And I've played knight b3. I'm hoping that maybe my queen, which is sitting on c1, can leap into the game when you're least expecting it. And also, I still, at this moment, I'm planning on castling kingside. Although, if things blow up on the kingside, I can go long.
You would still consider castle queenside as well. Interesting. Now it is our turn. I see some votes for c5, knight b6, h6. Your bots are there again. I can't believe it.
My bots.
I can't believe it. Knight d7 is another option.
Knight d7, yes, preparing c5. That makes perfect sense to me. Very logical move. I'm trying to talk up the game.
I'm not biased by any of the chats. I just try to count what I see. So I have both Chess.com and Twitch next to each other and reading them at the same time. Don't think that I'm on one platform or the other. I'm looking at both. Yes, I can confirm that I need to have 6 pair of eyes, but I'm looking at both.
Right.
I'm looking at both. h6, there you go. f5.
f5 now.
Bishop to d6.
Bishop d6, very logical move.
d7 is gaining more popularities.
Okay.
So let's decide, because we will need to finish this game before those big guns come back and try to find the best moves in this position. So knight d7, I think, is the move I see the most.
Okay.
And knight b6.
So we give it 10 more seconds.
Knight d7 or knight b6?
To give...
and say to Yasser, he's awesome. Yasser, you're awesome.
Oh, well, thank you.
I've just read it in the chat.
Okay. Is that like a vote for a move, though? No, I don't know.
Knight b6 or knight d7, guys? You pick. Knight b6, knight b6, knight d7.
Boy, they're flashing in alternatively.
I know.
It's a close... We may have to have our live audience break the tie.
I think the live audience will break the tie. Knight b6 or knight d7.
How many for knight d7?
D7.
How many for knight b6?
D7.
I see more knight d7s.
Knight d7.
Yeah, we got our live audience breaking the tie. Knight d7. Okay. Now, again, I mentioned it previously. I've got a problem on my first rank.
Yes.
Particularly my bishops. These guys need open diagonals. So I'm going to play the move e2, e4. So at least I've opened up one bishop's diagonal. And, by the way, I'm a pawn grabber. I want to warn you that if you allow me, I will take twice on d5.
You're kind.
So, yes.
Announcing your threats.
Heads up. Heads up.
So e4, and now it's our turn as black. We will once again check both the Chess.com chat, Twitch chat, and our live audience. What's the move they would vote for against Grandmaster Yasser Seiravan?
Exactly. h6.
No,
yeah,
not again.
That would be it.
Resign? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
We are going in the wrong direction, I feel like. Knight to b6 is still popular.
Because that move knight to b6, that would protect the pawn on d5, the very pawn that I'm threatening with my last move.
c6 is another option.
Oh, that's a good defensive move too. That really is solid.
Yasser is too strong. That's another comment.
Yay.
Knight b6 and c6. Those are the two options that I see
the most.
Most. So let's decide. Knight to b6 or c6. And we have our live audience.
Guys, c6. How many like to defend the pawn with c6? How many prefer the knight development? I see more for the knight development.
None of them. It's not convincing enough.
It's not convincing enough, you know. Draw. Oh, very intriguing. Okay, so
I think knight b6 has won the vote. Knight a to b6 is the move.
I went
Of
too
course
far
not
there.
knight d2, b6, but knight
Okay,
a to
knight
b6.
b6. Okay, so I can force a trade on d5. That kind of opens up the position a little bit more, and I think it's easier for me if I open up the position, because the knight on d7 torpedoed the bishop. The bishop on e8 is kind of stuck. So I want to open up the position to, I hope, my advantage. So I'm going to capture on d5.
Capture on d5. I believe we have two options, unless we go gambler mode.
Yes,
So
I like gambler mode. Okay, I
yeah, because
encourage.
it's phone grabbing. Of
Yes.
course you like it.
Yes, I encourage.
Knight takes d5 or e takes d5. I'm
Those-
announcing the candidate moves.
Yes, you only got two. That makes sense.
Knight takes or pawn takes.
Right.
This is the question.
What would you
Against
like?
The legendary Grandmaster Yasser Seiraban. So many fans you have, both on
Okay.
Twitch and on Chess.com, and
Well-
I think also in the live audience.
Well,
So I
hello
see
everyone.
hands there,
Yeah, it's nice to be here. I get a front row seat. As I said, Tarjay had said, what did I think about the match? I said,
Yeah.
well, I'm very excited. The organizers are going to treat me like royalty, and I get a front row seat as well. So
Are you feeling the treatment so far?
I'm feeling the treatment. I feel
Oh,
good.
that's awesome. Knight takes, pawn takes.
This
pawn
could
takes,
easily
e
be a 50-50. You may have to do a mental coin toss here. On the other
And ask
hand,
our live audience again, because it
Yeah.
seems to be a tie. It seems to be a tie.
how many like to capture with the knight? Ooh, capture with the pawn? Our live audience really,
Knight, clearly, knight
clearly,
takes.
knight takes was
Here.
by far their favorite move. Knight takes was their choice. Fair enough, because that knight wasn't actually doing all that great on the b6 square. So I think that was actually a very wise choice. Unfortunately,
I like our move. I like our move. We are playing very well.
nobody's happy here. Just a second.
No, we are happy. We are
Okay,
happy.
just a second. Okay, now I can move my knight. If I move my knight on c3, then I get to go c4 next, and kind of give you the big boot.
Oh,
Das Boot.
the big boot is coming.
But then I'm afraid that you're gonna boot me, and that will not be good. So I'm gonna capture the knight. Knight takes d5. I'm gonna make
Okay.
your move for you.
I
I'm not.
think
I'm
that
not
was okay
gonna-
to pre-move.
I'm not going to encourage any voting on that one. Okay, and I mentioned that my problem piece was my bishop on e1. So in this case, I have a very good diagonal, some prospects. I'm specifically thinking about the g5 square. And the reason I'm targeting that square is because the rook on d8 is a little bit vulnerable.
It seems to be very vulnerable. I
Mm-hmm.
don't like bishop g5 coming.
Yay. If you see my bots playing h6, then you're going to be very suspicious of me for the rest of the evening. I know, Anna.
Well, h6. What are the options, guys? What would you play here after bishop to d2? Knight f6 is one.
Knight f6.
h6 once again,
Yeah.
receiving, of
A
course.
lot of votes, yeah.
According to some of you, it was rigged. The vote
It's
and,
rigged.
and h6 was a tactical move. There were some tactics after h6, according to a real user.
We've rigged the voting, and maybe
h6 actual move now.
maybe the Russians are going to hack the voting polls. This would be terrible, tragic, changing the course of human history.
Changing the course of this amazing game between you and the world.
And the world.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So knight f6 and h6 seem to be the most popular.
So you got to go with one, Anna. You're the moderator. You're the.
Live audience.
Live
I
audience.
think that's like when you have these quiz shows and you have the help. So
Right, call a friend.
exactly.
We're gonna call a
We
friend.
we could make actually like labels for that. So for tomorrow, I think we will prepare those cards and we
Okay.
will have the live audience help. We might have a call.
Okay, yes.
Shout out.
We've got a 900 number, €3 a minute. And we're here to take your questions and suggestions. Okay, so you broke it to two possibilities.
H6 and knight F6.
Shall
And
we ask
I
everyone?
rely on our live audience.
Knight F6,
Knight to F6.
Knight F6 voters, H6, stopping my bishop move. We got a couple of H6.
You didn't convince
Okay,
them.
it's up to you.
Knight F6 was,
Knight
I
F6.
think,
Okay.
the
Knight
most
F6.
votes.
That got the most votes in your view. Okay. So, well, having said A, let me say B. I'll bring out my bishop to G5.
That's straightforward. You announce it and then you play it.
Exactly.
Bishop to G5. And now we need to come up with something because I don't want to allow bishop takes F6.
Oh,
No, please
please.
no. Please no.
Be
Nightmare.
nice.
Nightmare of Anna. Bad pawn structure.
Bad pawn structure.
Nightmare. Nightmare.
Okay, do not make Anna unhappy. So, if you're not going to allow me to capture the knight, then you're going to defend it with bishop to E7, or you're going to defend it with rook to D6. Those are the choices I think the audience has to carefully weigh.
Yes, we should suggest those two as main candidate moves. Bishop to E7 and rook to D6. Both prevent bishop takes F6 because we cannot allow the destruction of our king side. That's why we want to castle. We
Exactly.
still want to castle and can castle.
Now, the benefit of rook D6 is that it gets the knight out of the pin. I can appreciate that as a choice. The drawback is that the rook may not be well placed on D6. Bishop E7, there's an open E file. I'm going to play rook E1 and attack the bishop. So I feel like my opening up the position gave me an early initiative. Doesn't mean that the advantage is great or anything, but I feel like I'm calling the shots. You know, I'm in the driver's seat a little bit.
Some of the users agree with you. They are calling our opening a disaster. I wouldn't be that
Look,
pessimistic.
This is only 8 moves, and if that's true to the audience, by the way, it goes to show the poisonous nature of Fischer Random where the opening is concerned.
Yeah.
We really
Correct.
can get in a lot of trouble really early, just as you were explaining about the simultaneous, how the players were actually, and Jonathan Tistel too, was a big supporter of what you were saying. They got outplayed. These top grandmasters, alternating moves against amateur players, were worse in 2 of the games. It goes to show that Fischer Random can really be quite a bother. Okay, what have you come up with? I mean,
I
look at
just
the
see that
chats.
we will need to play it as a blitz game because Magnus and Hikaru will soon start their game.
Okay.
Therefore, 2 options, bishop e7 and rook d6, and I think, do you have a coin?
No.
I don't have one either. Does anyone have a coin?
I have a Trident chewing gum, but I don't think it has a heads or tails on it. Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, bishop e7 gets heads.
Wow, this is
Rook
this is a
d6.
different. This is not a coin. This is, I think, for the cloakroom. But
Oh yeah, that's the hat
Ming-
check.
Ming is going to be bishop to e7, and Sops is going to be rook to d6.
Okay, is it
So,
well balanced?
I don't know how to do it, but let's try.
Boy, that really, okay, you've got to remember what that
Ming,
means.
bishop e7.
Yeah, and the Mings have it.
I wanted bishop e7.
And the Mings have it. Okay, bishop e7, and again, I'm seeing that bishop on e7 as a bit of a target. So I will play rook to e1, bringing my rook. I'm the first to bring the rook on the open file, and I'm hitting the bishop on e7. So now, either the bishop's got to move, or you're going to protect it. Queen d7, rook d7.
Then it didn't make sense to play our beautiful bishop e7 defense.
Your
so
coin toss was really all for naught. So
So we need to defend the bishop.
either with king f8, queen d7, or rook d7.
I think we still want it to castle, so it would be a bit painful to admit that we have to go king f8.
Then the rook on h8 is going to be stuck. That is true. Yay.
Yes, sir.
Yay.
This is not looking good.
And this isn't looking good.
This is not looking good now.
Disaster in the making for sure.
This is just our first game. We will play every day, so don't worry. We will improve our technique. We will improve our technique. Queen to d7, one candidate move. Rook to d7 and king f8.
Queen d7 makes sense. It does kind of encourage knight c5. That might pick up a tempo. After queen d7, I will probably play queen e3, once again attacking the bishop and asking how you how you will defend it.
We are getting into trouble.
Yes, I feel it.
That's very problematic. And the move is...
There's more draw offers from the live audience. I mean, a lot of draw offers.
maybe it's a good strategy to use up all our time. Then the game begins, so we need to stop, and you will need to accept the draw.
Of course, I have to be a gentleman.
If you don't give mate until the game begins, then it might be.
All of
might
these
be a draw.
regulations are suddenly coming through
I'm
the
just writing them
transponder, you know. And if a result
so
is not
king
known,
f8 and what else? Queen d7, but queen d7 was explained after queen e3.
there are
Well, we can
issues.
consider both queen d7 and then king f8, but it's not looking good, unfortunately.
Nope.
King
Nope.
f8 or queen d7? Let's ask our live audience.
How many of you would queen d7?
Queen d7.
How many are for the king defense, the king f8?
No one really.
Nobody really liked it.
King to f8 was
Was
just
n-
simply rejected by
was
our live
rejected.
audience, so it's queen to d7.
Queen to d7. So the queen defends d7. While you guys were thinking, and I really thought that you may go in the direction of king f8, I was thinking about a exchange sacrifice already. Probably it's premature, but already it just goes to show that, you know, white is ready to bishop d3 and castle, and this pin is really, really annoying. So queen d7, I think, was practically speaking the best move. I'm still
I
going.
think good job. Good, good, good.
Yes, but I still am putting the same question to you as before. The bishop on e7 is a kind of an Achilles heel in the position. It's not pretty.
It's not looking pretty. After queen e3, we don't have many options.
No, you don't.
If we move the bishop, then once again we just accept
Your
that.
damaged kingside pawn structure will occur. That is for sure.
So basically we have two options, but one of them would lose a piece, as far as I can see. Knight to e4, bishop
That-
takes c7, queen takes, and f3. I'm not suggesting.
Yes, but you're just realizing.
suggesting.
You're waking up to the bad news. There is a big issue on the e file. Yes.
So I think we have to go with the other move that we were not going to make, but here it's forced. King to f8.
Nobody's happy about king to f8. I agree. Okay.
And yes, Chess Bay, we are still alive.
Chess Bay.
Oh, you're still alive. But the position both and our great team helping us here on Twitch.
Well, the problem was that when you put your queen on d7 is like, I love this word, by the way, magnetized. That the opponents who lose to Magnus in an endgame that is equal, they got magnetized. Ooh, very, very nice word.
I like it. By Jonathan.
By Jonathan Tisdale. I'm going to claim it as an original. But when you put your queen on d7, it was like a magnet. And I immediately found, to my way of thinking, that I have to find this move, knight c5, very attractive, right? Because your queen came to d7, I can attack the queen. So that becomes, to my mind, my first candidate move. I want to jump The other move I have in mind is to just develop my bishop. And in the same way, I'm thinking also to develop my bishop here. So I can force you to play the move c6, but maybe c6 is helpful to you. So
nice tactics with bishop b5. Of course, we can't touch it.
Because
we have
of
to
the
play c6. So you are saying that maybe you don't even want to force us push c6.
That's right. You may find that that move is actually benefits you. So the move that I really am attracted to at this moment is knight c5, bishop takes c5, bishop takes f6.
Intermediate move.
Right.
Wow. Let's see what happens there, because
Yes, shall we have a look?
we shall definitely go for the sharpest lines here.
Right, because actually we're running out of time, and if I don't checkmate the world soon,
Then it's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
Panic.
Knight c5. What shall we do? I don't think we have an option.
No, well,
Queen d6 drops the exchange.
precisely. Queen d6 walks into knight takes b7 with a fork. I win a pawn and the exchange. I think you have to take.
So
Now,
we do.
So you
Bishop
do.
takes.
So now here, I'm really attracted to just taking the knight, yes? Bishop takes f6 is a tempo against the rook. I'm also simply like to recapture the bishop and say, hey, look, you still have the problem with the pin piece on f6. How are you going to resolve that? So one is a little bit complicated, one is a little bit simple. Because we're short of time, I'm going to go with the simple.
Ah, you're not taking first on f6, so
And it
that
was-
gives us a chance to defend it.
To take a breath, to take a breath. Okay, and let me just say, why didn't I do it? I think bishop
Okay.
takes f6 was very strong. If you took, I wanted to go check and king, and when I'm in St. Louis, I'm with Jennifer Shahadi a lot. She likes to say rover, rook up and over.
Ah,
So-
rover. I like
so-
that expression
yeah.
of Jen.
So she would say,
Rover.
here, white has a
We
rover.
get mated.
Exactly.
And you did not play it, yes,
I
sir.
did not play it.
You are a gentleman.
Thank you very much. I didn't play it because you have an in-between move, bishop b4.
Whoa.
And that was a little bit weird to me. So I thought, okay, I'm going to let the problems build up. All the complexities will rattle you, and you'll get worried. And
If
now,
you are getting worried, that's for sure.
right.
I see some of the chat saying that we are lost. This is unsavable.
Well,
Let's not go that far.
desperate times may be called for here.
Okay, now that we have Grandmaster John Ludwig Hammer also in the chat,
Oh,
claiming that we
no.
are dead lost, maybe he's right. Maybe.
The Vikings coming to the rescue of the world. I don't like it.
But he's not helping, he's just telling us that we are lost.
Okay. Well,
John, where have you been?
Yes.
Why did you not help before?
very, very, very good. Where do we stand in terms of our time? And
The time.
we have a
The
20
problem is that
minutes.
we have a very bad position, so I would feel that it's unfair if I force you to make a draw if we run out of time. So let's just make a few very quick moves.
Okay.
Now I make moves
Okay.
because we run out of
Force the draw, yes?
time.
Force the draw quickly, Anna.
D4,
Okay.
just to force issues.
I mean, women are so aggressive. I did nothing to you. I've been polite, I've been kind, and the first thing you do is attack my queen. It's just not fair. It's not fitting, it's not fitting.
That's the way it is, but now I'm getting into even more trouble because you will take on f6.
Don't tell yourself that.
The queen to d5, bishop takes f6, and I haven't saved anything.
No, that is
Not
true.
that I have many options.
John
Okay,
Ludwig,
Let's try.
he's very knowledgeable.
This is a desperate move, knight to g4.
Knight to
I'm
g4.
going desperate mode.
Okay, so again, you're attacking my queen.
I'm very good at one move threat.
It's terrible what you're doing. I mean, I did nothing to deserve this. I feel very, very undeserving for all of the abuse.
Guys, this is the moment when we are going to drop even more material. Well, we were not material down, but we were definitely lost. I see John also saying that. Yeah, it would have been very difficult if we just don't do anything in between the two games. I agree with John. So that's why we have the challenge answer segment, which
Right.
we are losing, I'm afraid.
And I'm not going to write a book. You don't have to worry. You know, there's going to be no book.
We drop
And-
the rook no matter what. Queen takes, but let's
Yeah.
just play it out. Let's just play it out, guys.
Okay.
This has been a good attempt to beat Grandmaster Yasser-Seiravan, but I'm afraid we have failed.
Ooh, badly. I just
In
took
the
a whole.
name of the Chess.com and Twitch community and our live audience, thank you
Thank you
for the
very
game.
much.
Master.
Your
you.
grandmastership, it was very, very nice. To you all, thank you for being so cooperative. To my bots, good job, guys.
Horrible job. But
Horrible.
this means, sorry for interrupting you, but I was just so enthusiastic. The players will soon arrive in the playing hall. We will go
Yes.
for a very quick break now.
Okay.
And then we are back with game 2 of the Carlsen Nakamura match. That's why we are here, but we just forgot about it now.
Yeah,
Challenging
well,
Yasser.
this was challenging.
See you in 2 minutes. Welcome back to the Nakamura Carlsen Fischer Random match in Norway. We are on location in the Henny Onsdag Art Gallery with Grandmaster Jesper Serivan. I'm still International Master Anna Rudolph. Haven't changed my title nor my name in the
Nice to
break,
be with
although
you,
I tried.
You're hiding yourself after our world challenge there,
I
but
am.
you guys did great, trust me. I mean, you're showing great promise. But here we are, we're ready for round two, and for those of you who were with us all the way on break, on the cameras you saw that Magnus, the international arbiter Hans, I'm going to get his name wrong.
Blaklum.
Thank you very much. And Hikaru were discussing because Magnus wanted to just clarify the castling rules. And that was
So
what
he
the discussion.
seriously asked about it.
He asked about it. So that was what that was all about. But anyway, we are about ready to begin the second and final game of the day. There will be playing 8 games, and the time control once again.
45 minutes for the first 40 moves and then 15 minutes, no increments.
No increments. And we saw that in game 1, Hikaru, who we know in America as one of our greatest blitz players and bullet players ever, he was behind on time. I mean, there was some serious. Something's going on.
Yes, the first move was played by one of the clients of ICE. ICE is one of the main sponsors of the event, and they had a contest for tickets to the event.
Okay.
And one of the lucky gentlemen or lady, I haven't seen unfortunately the camera capture there, they get to make the first move. Imagine, they had the Prime Minister of Norway making the first move in game 1.
Right.
And in game 2, it was one of the lucky customers of the sponsor, ICE.
Who did it? Okay. And guess what? I mean, I'm sad to say that no way, no how, even after a day of study, would I have guessed that they would have reached this position after move 3.
Wow.
So unconventional. I can't even describe it. A rook on d4 after 3 moves.
This
No.
is not what we had prepared for.
No. They're not following our game that we played earlier. Let's just take it from the very top. So e2, e4, grabbing the center was fine. c7, c5 also looks like a fine move. And now we're in an open Sicilian. There's no knight capturing on d4. Rather, there's a rook capturing on d4. In our game that we had played, I was talking about the need to get, the pieces off the back rank, get the pieces out of their barracks, to bring them into play. Well, the position is wide open, and now it's conceivable after a move, for example, like g6. Let me just put a move down on the board for a moment. It's conceivable that we could get a Maruxi bind type of looking position, and still, the abnormally placed bishop on e8. Well, that's going to go to d7. That's very common in Maruxi. So it's something like that is conceivable, but this early rook to d4 really strikes me as somewhat peculiar because you're going to gain tempo against the rook. And the most natural move of all, of course, is developing move, knight c6, attacking the rook, somewhat forcing the rook to slide all the way back, and then black will decide how he's going to break in the center.
D6
Magnus
was
went for
Magnus's move
d6.
after a little bit of thinking. Now, those of you who are just joining us, they have already played one game with the same inner shot position, reverse colors, and then they had an hour and a half break. Both players had the chance to analyze this position, and that's what they have come up with.
d7, d6, and very quickly, I mentioned the Maroxi, c2, c4 by Hikaru, a move I can definitely fully endorse. Now, Magnus is amazing because he has so many openings and defenses in his opening arsenal, and one of them has been the dragon. He's played the Sicilian dragon as black on numerous occasions, and this decision by him to play d7, d6, in my view, is a prelude to his playing g7, g6. The problem is that in the normal dragon, the dark squared bishops don't get traded that easily because there's a knight that's on f6. So here, after a move like g6, I can play bishop. Hello.
Apologies for the short technical glitch. Now we are back, and this is game 2. As we have mentioned, the score is 1-1. The first game was a draw. The position that we see on the board is interesting. This is what they have come up with after an hour and a half of analysis, both of them trying to figure out what's the best setup with these pieces placed the way it is in this Fischer Random game.
And I would not have guessed this at all. I mean, I would have lost a lot of bets to get to the current position. I believe we have just seen the move c2, c4 for ourselves. We're just going to have to get some pictures from the playing hall. But after the live moves on your monitor, what do you get for us, Anna?
I have a few more. Let me
Okay.
just tell you.
Yes?
So we've been discussing whether g6 would be played later on. After c4,
Yes.
the move was b5.
b5. Oh my.
Using the pin on the c file.
Absolutely, but what a move. That really, okay, that, as we would say, blows open the game. I mean, that was really unexpected as well. And how did Hikaru handle b5?
He went knight b3.
Knight b3, you know, it's funny, I actually was thinking of knight a3 to try to provoke the capture on c4. Now if you capture on c4, I will take with the rook, regaining a tempo against the queen. So I'm sure Magnus did not play b5 takes c4, but what did Magnus play instead?
Knight to c6, chasing the rook away from the defense of the pawn.
Okay, a move that we would certainly heartily endorse. And now the rook is under threat. We could sacrifice an exchange, but I doubt the compensation.
Rook to d1.
Rook to d1, very clever. And now you can take on c4.
That's what happened. B takes c4, bishop takes c4,
And knight
knight to b6.
b6.
These are the last moves.
Okay. In the Grandmaster circles, whenever a knight captures itself for a bishop, we talk about winning the minor exchange.
Minor exchange.
The minor exchange. Winning the exchange means winning a rook for a minor piece, but the minor exchange, the Bobby Fischer, the Kiba Rubinstein, and other great giants of the chess world taught us to appreciate the two bishops. And if I were white, if I was in Hikaru's shoes, I would probably, whether it's reluctantly or not, I would withdraw my bishop to maintain the two bishops. Otherwise, knight takes on c4 is definitely going to be Magnus's next turn, winning the minor exchange.
Bishop to e2, g6, and that is the current position. Those that are watching the Norwegian television are lucky enough now to know the heart rate, the exact heart rate of the players, but we have spies among our community.
Of
so
course.
thank you to those who have just messaged us that Hikaru Nakamura's heart rate at the moment is 94, and Magnus's is at 78. Not that I know how to read these numbers.
Well, 72, I think, is more or less normal.
72 is normal.
So
Nakamura
78 is a little bit elevated, but 94 is very elevated. Okay,
Hikaru at the moment.
so Hikaru is happy. Now, I thought that this move g7, g6, again, that really fits into the opening repertoire or defensive repertoire, in this case of Magnus. He likes the dragon variations, but he's not going to like bishop c3. The problem is this bishop on c3 is going to trade itself. As soon as a bishop comes to g7, we're going to see a trade on the g7 square, and that means that black doesn't get that beautiful dragon bishop on g7. So how would you feel if you were forced to choose between playing the white side or the black side, exactly in this moment, Anna, what would be your preference?
I would pick white because I feel like after trading the dark square bishop on g7,
you get rid of your big problem.
yes, but he's not going for the trade. f6, preventing bishop g7, bishop takes g7. It's a move that is not something that you always really want to have in your position.
That's right.
It's a
So
concession.
it is a concession, but having said that, the problem is if Magnus would have allowed the trade of the dark square bishop, the knight on b1 would have found a beautiful square c3. Right now, the bishop is in front of the knight, and so I endorse this move by Magnus, f7, f6. However reluctant it is, the good news behind the move is this bishop on e8, and I've talked about the ulcer, the wrong bishop. This bishop is going to find a good home on f7. This bishop will go to g7, and after castles, black's king is going to be as safe can be. From white's point of view, he's got space, and it would make a lot of sense for white to castle. Let's just put a few moves on the board, yes? Bishop to g7.
Whoa! I'm
f4.
sorry to interrupt you, but that was a move that will go for Magnus's king. h4.
Ah, I was going to go f4 and f5 after castling, but Hikaru has stepped up his attack dramatically. He's going to say, my rook is well placed on h1. I don't need to castle. I'm going to play h4. Oh my. Wow.
It's been stopped by Magnus with h5. Unfortunately, I was already seeing that pawn on h6.
Yeah.
Or h takes g6.
Well, indeed, if we had seen bishop g7, h5, bishop f7, this would have given Hikaru the option of playing h6, and that pawn can be very, very irksome in the, there. So I can understand Magnus playing the move h5, not allowing white to fully press on the king side. Now, did you like that action, though?
Not sure about this king side structure for black. I would slightly be worried.
Well, I apologize. Did you like the attacking move h4?
Oh, certainly. I think
You
it's
did?
such a
Okay.
Hikaru move. I wouldn't play like this, but I enjoy watching
Watching.
other players being brave and aggressive.
Okay. Well,
So the
brave.
last couple of moves, because they are starting to play even faster now. Do you think they have analyzed this option as well? It's impossible.
No, it's impossible.
Rook h3.
Rover, but
Rover. Rook h3.
Rook up and over.
Bishop f7 and rook to g3.
Well, this again, it strikes me as Hikaru could be going, he could be speeding his way to a dead end. In other words, this rook on g3 is not really great. This pawn on g6 is very, very well protected. The pawn on h5 is well protected. There's no bishop takes h5. Hikaru has got to feel that he's got the potential of landing a blow with e5, but I'm thinking that Hikaru is, well, trouble is maybe overstating it, but how about a line that goes like bishop h6, f4, knight e5? So the idea behind knight e5 is as straightforward as it looks. You're putting a knight in the middle of the board, which is usually a very good thing. You're opening up ideas of the c-file with knight a4. The knight is untouchable, and if you ever feel super danger, the knight can be plugged up on knight g4. So things have definitely gotten blown up. And it
we like
happened.
that. We like that.
Oh, of course.
That's what we came for, not for the first game. That was boring.
No, the first game was again that getting used to,
Warm-up,
yeah,
yes.
just
New place, new environment.
that's exactly what it was. So that's totally forgivable. But this is really explosive action. 36 minutes, for Magnus, a little bit behind on the clock to 39 minutes for Hikaru. And Anna, we got to fight. I mean, the
There's
players.
gonna be a fight. There's gonna be fireworks. Before we go into this game, let's see what Hikaru has said about their first game.
That's it.
So Hikaru, draw in the first game must be a good result for you.
Yeah, I think the result's pretty decent. I mean, I kind of was hoping for something a little bit more non-standard. I think, Magnus got more or less as much as he could have wanted from the first game, certainly, where it turned into a very normal position. But I didn't think it was ever really that bad. I mean, probably during the game I didn't realize putting the bishop on d6 was probably not as good as e7, I suspect. But still, I never saw anything conclusive. And I thought once I found this knight e7 bishop a4 idea especially, that I was never really in danger in the game. So it's pretty good, yeah.
How was it to get started with the match?
It's good. I mean, I think in the first game it's always better when it's closer to normal chess, certainly, than something non-standard, because you're just trying to get used to the setup and everything. But I mean, I suspect that that's about as normal as it's going to get, I think. But again, we'll see what happens in the coming games.
It's Fischer Random, of course. What was the first thing that came to your mind when you saw the starting position?
I think it's that it looked very normal. I found generally when their setups were like you have a rook like on h1, a king on g1, or even something similar on the queen side. Generally, it tends to lead to very normal positions because it's very easy to develop naturally in castle and everything, and play somewhat standard, I guess you could say. So that's the first thought I had. But again, I think there probably are more opportunities to play interesting openings, and probably I'll do something different in the next game.
Yeah, the next game you will be white in that game. Will you make some preparations for that game? Know that you know the position.
I mean, probably the first two moves, and that's going to be the preparation for me, I think. I mean, it's too hard to figure out what the options are, I think, for black, more so than white. 'Cause, I mean, on the first move, unless it's a position where there's really nothing good for black and you're forced to play a certain way, then I suspect there are too many options at the very start. So I'll look a little bit, but nothing serious.
How do you like playing in an art museum like this, with these maybe slightly unfamiliar surroundings?
Yeah, I think it's great, actually. I mean, I think having the Prime Minister here, certainly, it's very prestigious. I think it's great to see that there's so many people here in Norway following, and I think in many ways chess is like art. I mean, you're trying to create something through your moves, and so I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's just great to see so many people here.
Does it make it extra nice for you as a player to play in such a serious match like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously really nice when there are people around. I think certainly when you compare it to most normal events, it's all online. So I think having the energy, seeing all the people here following, it certainly makes me much more motivated to try and do well.
Thanks. Good luck in the next game. Thank you.
Big thanks to Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svendsen for conducting this interview with Hikaru Nakamura. And now we are back with game two because the action is just heating up.
Yes, and Hikaru is saying there that it was a very, very normal game, and Magnus saying it was shockingly normal.
Shockingly normal, but not this one.
Not this one. Well, this game is definitely blown up. We're right in the middle of the action. H4, H5. A prelude to an attack, and now we have this rook up and over, the rook sitting on g3. I think it was a premature attack by what Hikaru has started, and I can see bishop h6 and knight e5 and things kind of rebounding, but let's get caught up. And after the last move, do we have?
Line 4 and see the rest of the moves.
Okay, is it Magnus on move? Yes, he's been thinking since rook g3, and he played knight e5. I was thinking of tossing in the move bishop h6 first, and knight e5 next. But in fact, knight e5 right away, oops, excuse me, I just made a mistake, I apologize for that. Knight e5 right away was the choice of Magnus. And now again, earlier I commented that it's not desirable to give up the two bishops. But Hikaru, very unprejudiced, he captured right away with bishop takes e5, and I'm sure that capture caught Magnus by surprise as well. I didn't see that coming, and let's try to figure out why. Okay, if we take with the f pawn, I can see that the structure of d6 and e5, it means that this bishop has only one life on this diagonal. And I can imagine that rook c3, rook to c7, ideas, maybe even with knight a5 ideas, could be annoying for the second player. So I can imagine the desire to capture with the pawn, the d pawn, let's say rook c3, let's say queen a8, and what do we think about this? The rooks can be traded whenever white would like.
I was going to ask you whether you would capture on d1 after rook c3, or you would keep this move as an option.
Well, let's see. If I capture on d1 right away, as black, I was hoping to be able to develop with a tempo against the queen. And so I wanted to keep that move in abeyance. Rook takes d1, queen takes d1, and now I have to be a little bit careful. The business squares on d8 and c7 are a bit sensitive. I'm not sure.
Yes, maybe it's better to keep that move as an option for later. D takes e5, rook c3, queen a8.
Yes.
And in that moment, at least black is threatening to capture now, and the e4 pawn would be hanging in case of queen takes d1.
That's right. That's exactly right. And I was thinking that by keeping the queen on c1, I will play bishop h6 with a tempo one day. But having said this, this knight on b1 really needs a life. It needs a job. It's definitely unemployed. I would love the knight to be on c3. So let's go with the move rook c7, temporarily hanging the pawn on e4 and penetrating into the position for a moment. This
Magnus looks a very violent game.
You know what? I would really like to see the pulse. now,
Me too.
Now that the heart monitor has been unleashed, now I'm really curious to see what the heart palpitations are of Magnus, because I'm sure the move bishop takes e5 was a surprise.
It has come as a surprise because Magnus has used over 5 minutes already thinking which pawn capture to choose.
I'm sure when he had this position a moment ago, he was thinking, okay, I want to play a move like knight a4 and to capture this bishop. Should I spend a move doing that? Should I take a timeout for bishop h6? Should I simply move my king? These were the questions that Magnus was asking himself. Then he came up with a very simple solution. He said, I'll put my knight in the middle of the board because it looks good. f4 can be met by bishop h6. I'm not worried. And for sure, he wasn't thinking that white was going to voluntarily give up his dark square bishop. And so this move, bishop takes e5, Hikaru has spotted some very forcing variation. You don't give up the bishop easily. He spotted some very forcing variation, and let us see if we can guess. There's a Zwischenzug that Magnus may be thinking about. Magnus can trade queens. If he's worried that the rook will come to c3 with a tempo, he could potentially trade queens.
Perhaps that's what he's calculating, whether he wants to trade queens here or capture on e5 first. Those of you asking about the ambient sound, you are actually listening to what the players can hear in the playing hall. So we have the sound from the hall. That's what you can hear.
I see. Okay. That's interesting. Because again, just to remind everybody, we're in this art center, this very, very beautiful art center, where the lady, I forgot her name, who's doing the sound, you can hear her words when you're in the parking lot.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Abramovich, the exhibition of Mrs. Abramovich just next door to where we are.
Exactly.
Scream is the title of the exhibition, so you guys can imagine how it is.
So there may be some noise from that. exhibition.
No, it's the hall. But
It's the hall.
That's just to make our viewers feel the atmosphere.
Of
This
what
is
the
a chess
players-
art performance.
Right.
So you are seeing, hearing, breathing whatever happens in the Henny Onstad Art Center in Oslo, Norway.
Yes, you're sharing the experience for sure. Okay, so bishop takes e5. Magnus is really having a good think. He's down to 28 minutes versus 37 minutes. And after a heavy pause, I believe he's recaptured with the d6 pawn. Can you just confirm that on your live board? Because I've got this analysis board myself. You're not sure.
We'll bring back the live
Okay,
board so
in
that
a
we
moment.
can catch up with the last moves as well.
So he took his time because there was actually a very big decision. If he was worried about the rook incursion, rook on g3, coming to c3, followed by rook to c7, he could have taken the queens off the board with queen takes c1 and sidestepping that line of play. He didn't. I believe he recaptured right away, and I think it was with the d6 pawn. So let's just imagine d6 takes e5. Okay.
And rook to c3, just the variation you have been analyzing.
Right, as expected. Now again, from Magnus's point of view, and we were discussing that as well, should he trade on d1? I'm sure he's thinking that if Magnus moves his queen, for example, queen to e8, how serious is this threat of whites to use the c file? I don't like rook c1. Well, maybe I do. I was about to say I don't like rook c7, bishop h6, winning a tempo. I was going to go queen d2, but now thinking about it, there's the move queen c5, which is more than annoying because suddenly there's two peshkis that are in trouble. In Hungarian, what's the word for pawn?
Oh, you will not guess it.
If you say pawn, I will be very upset.
Gyalog.
I would not guess it. Very good.
Not even a single syllable that matches the English
Wow.
word
Okay.
or any other word.
Wow. Okay. We'll get, my Hungarian's going to get better and better and better. But okay, this is the situation. Rook c3 is on the board, I believe. I've caught up with the players. So Magnus is facing some difficulties. The problem is he's got this, well, his problem is this weakness on e7. The bishop on f8 does a great job at protecting the weakness, but at the same time, this rook on h8 is actually out of play. Magnus is going to have to work hard to bring that rook into the game. Well, Magnus is trying to unwind things on the king side. There's this very big rook that's going to come on the 7th rank with very powerful effect. And Magnus is really waking up to the fact that this is a very serious initiative. I think the classical chess world champion is in trouble, whereas the Fischer Random world champion,
Is
Hikaru,
happy.
is a very happy camper.
I would like our spy informant to let us know about the heart rates at
Yes,
this moment.
yes.
That
For those
would
of you
be-
watching the Norwegian TV who are simultaneously on our Twitch and Chess.com channel, give us some info, feed us. Inquiring minds need to know. Maybe we're going to have to start with rook takes d1 check, okay?
So we come back to this option when after queen takes d1.
Then let's not allow the rook to come to c7, but sidestep with queen to b8, keeping, well, I don't know, I like queen e4. I like going after the e4 pawn. Right now I feel that Magnus is being thrown on the defensive, whether he likes it or not, And let me just play defensively, see if I can hold the position for a moment. What do you like for white? I know you're very aggressive. Will you go?
No, I'm not. It
Yes,
was actually
you
just
are.
this
It's in
showdown.
it's in your blood. I feel it, Anna. Knight A5.
I was eyeing knight a5. How did you know that?
Because it's the most aggressive move in the position.
But
And
also I'm a pawn grabber, and bishop takes a2
concerns
is an
you.
option.
Okay, I understand that, but
Knight to c6 is
The
very
knight-
tempting.
absolutely, you're doing it with a gain of a tempo. The queen is not a happy camper. I don't know if you want to give up the 8th rank, so let me just put the queen in the corner for a moment, and we'll just go. White has sacrificed a pawn, it's true, but look at his activity. Great knight on c6, good rook on c3, b2, b3, trapping this errant bishop. This is not the type of position that Magnus likes. He likes being a pawn up, but not this great activity. White's pieces are literally crawling all over the place. And we do have rook takes d1, by the way. So we've guessed that one right. Rook takes d1. Again, we've been looking at queen takes d1, queen b8, knight c. Again, that's the very aggressive move, but I like it. And bishop takes a2 may be more trouble than it's worth. I don't know. We have some nice comments coming in on the chat.
There's a comment that I don't actually understand about using engines or not using engines,
have
but
a-
I don't understand what it refers to. The players
Ourselves.
analyzing or us?
Us.
Well,
So,
if our minds are engines, then yes.
yes. Well, in my particular case,
Oh, this one. Oh no, this tweet I liked and retweeted, and I think this is really nice.
Okay.
So I thought this was the opposite. No, this I think
we
this
have
is
too
such a
many
nice tweet.
smart
Yes.
devices. We have too many machines to which we delegate what should be our thinking. Oh, thanks, Tia. Oh, well, this is very complimentary.
I
Okay.
just thought that are we using an engine? I didn't
Right.
know.
No, I like,
Thank you so much for your kind words.
for sure, for the audience, I feel like, look, there's no reason for me to have a stockfish running and to say, oh, there's a 15-move variation that ends in a winning position. No, no, no. I'm sitting there saying, look, I'm at the board, I'm imagining myself at the board, and I'm saying, what are my worries? What are my fears? What are my concerns? And I'm trying to share what I think these great players are struggling with.
I think that's the
And-
most important. Anyone can look at the
Yeah,
engine. What's the
engine.
point of commentary with engine?
Exactly, exactly. So I'm trying to interpret really when Hikaru played this move, rook h3, I thought, oh, come on, you're not going to kill Black's king. Look at all of those defenders. But this idea of rook h3 going across the board to c3 and c7,
Rover.
that was nice. That you know, high marks, tip of the hat. Thank you for the compliment, for sure. And once again, just to remind everybody, there are 2 points up for grabs in this game. Each game in the slow rapid, what they call the slow rapid, will get 2 points. In day 5, they're going to be playing blitz chess of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, and those games will only be worth 1 point.
1 point.
So basically 24 points up for grabs. The first player to score 12.5 points will win 900,000 Norwegian crowns.
Yes, 1.5 million Norwegian crowns. That's the prize fund. That's approximately $200,000.
Good week, a good week's work.
Yeah, 5 days in an art center as part of an exhibition,
How sweet it is.
making history.
Exactly. And after rook takes d1, which again, just pointing it out, 21 minutes to 35. So a very significant time difference in the clocks at the moment. How did Hikaru recapture on d1? Did
We
he?
will now bring back our live board to see
Okay,
the latest.
and greatest.
The
We
latest, greatest.
we've been anticipating queen takes d1. That was our preferred recapture. Maybe Hikaru feels that the queen belongs still on the c file, and maybe he's recaptured with the bishop.
you read from his facial expression? I know you told me that it's not really
Yeah, it's
easy to
impossible. No.
interpret it.
No, except when he blunders.
Oh.
A blunder, Hikaru wears on his sleeve. The Hikaru is like, you know, he just throws his hands in the air.
Yeah.
Everything went wrong. Oh, no, 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 no. He doesn't like it at all. Okay, so we've got an update of the live board. There it is. And we've got it. Rook c3, rook takes d1, queen takes d1. Okay, we were talking about this because, first of all, it does get out of any tempi associated with bishop h6, and it makes queen d8 very attractive, queen a8 as expected. Now, Magnus not going for the aggressive knight a5 on a
Well,
bit.
I'm a bit disappointed, but maybe it was a bad move.
No, but this one, it's not a bad move at all. Developing a piece, defending the pawn on e4. There is queen takes e4, so that was the defense. Bishop h6 and rook c7. Now the only bad news is that if that queen were still back here on c1, it would be really marvelous to follow up rook c7 with the move queen c5. I'm sure Hikaru will eyeball just such an opportunity.
Queen to c2, the same idea, bringing the queen toward the c5 square.
Rook c7 was played, and after rook c7, we have a move queen b8, queen c2. Okay, let's just pause it right there. As a pawn grabber, I have to understand what was it that persuaded Hikaru not to capture on e7. The players are playing very quickly, so let's just get to their position. So
Bishop to a6
6.
was Hikaru's last move, preventing rook to c8,
and
trading rooks on
also,
the c5.
yeah, and also
Wow, the heart rate, Nakamura's heart rate is at 100, while
Oh,
Carlsen
wow.
is at 50. Can that be right?
wow.
Norwegian reporter Tyler Svensson is tweeting.
No way. I mean, that's talk about Iceman, right? Really, really calm, no
Wow.
problem.
You've
And
been saying that the normal heart rate is 72,
yes.
approximately.
Mhm.
So we see that, yeah, there's a zombie and
Zombie and an electric
an iceman.
fire. Yeah, that Iceman.
Snowman.
Snowman. Wow.
And Hikaru, what shall we call Hikaru's heart rate?
Elevated. For sure. Wow, that's
What
really
does
something.
that tell us?
Wow. That at the board, Magnus is as cool as a cucumber. Bishop a6. Okay, essentially what Hikaru is saying is, I want to keep a positional edge. I'm not interested in this pawn on e7 at the moment. I want to tidy things up in my own position first. Maybe this knight will come to f3 to get out of the range of the bishop. I'll keep an eye on the a8 square, and I'm also setting up for rook b7. Hikaru is playing very, very confidently.
Yes, he's got it all clear, playing very fast and confident. I see that we've got some medical support in the chat, many doctors telling us that actually if someone is very athletic, just like the world champion Magnus Carlsen, then 50 is normal.
Is
In case
normal.
of an athletic person.
Wow.
According
Okay.
to our doctors in the chat.
All right. How about that? Well, first of all, thank you, and a shout out to our audience for informing us this stuff, because you know, we don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
this is pretty new for me. By the way, bishop takes d2. Again, I was talking about the minor exchange, and again, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2. Magnus giving up his bishop on h6. The problem was that this bishop on h6, this diagonal isn't meaningful. And I'm sure Magnus felt that the knight had better prospects than his dark square bishop. So he very openly, without prejudice, gave away his bishop. And he played the move rook d8. And again, I'm warming up to Hikaru's position. I really think that his advantage, his positional advantage, is getting greater and greater. Let's put it like that, greater and greater. So now I just like knight f3. I just, and asking black, please take my pawn on a2, get your bishop trapped. You answer the question, what are you going to do with the pawn on e7? And by the way, with this move knight d2, I'm setting up queen c5. Mm-hmm. That's the move I really want to play in the position, because I've got a simple win. Queen c5, queen takes e7, resigns.
Yes.
So that's why, but the knight on d2 is hanging, which is why I prefaced. This is the current position. Mm-hmm. Rook d8 on the board. Hikaru to play, significant difference on the clock.
Yes. Actually, after these last couple of moves, we have reached once again a normal position. So if we look at the position right now, we would not be able to tell that this was Fischer Random as it started out.
No, that's right.
Perhaps the fact that Hikaru has got this very nice position just after 20 moves, that really goes to show how difficult it is to play Fischer Random on the highest level, because Magnus would normally not get into trouble out of the opening.
Not like this, and this is big trouble. By the way, not knight f3, knight f4, knight f1 was the choice of Hikaru. Also very, very good. Just getting the knight out of the way, setting up for rook takes e7 as well as queen c5, and things are going swimmingly for Hikaru. We just saw the move rook d7, and there was a very quick trade of rooks.
Mm-hmm. And bishop c4 immediately. What's going on? I thought that it would be somewhat more aggressive than this, but maybe this is just good for Hikaru? What
exactly.
is the idea?
First of all, I expected some kind of material gain. I didn't think that Magnus was getting out of this without at least coughing up one pawn. I would not have traded rooks, but having said that, in Hikaru's mind, he's a pawn ahead. What Hikaru is thinking is, I've got a queen side majority, my opponent's got a king side majority, and the king side majority involves double pawns on e7 as well as e5. I'm not worried about my opponent creating a passed pawn on the king side. If I can get to a knight ending, it's an easy win. If I can get into a pawn ending, it's an easy win. So let me just trade rooks, bring my bishop, and I've got a big advantage. Magnus may be magnetized. Ooh, I couldn't wait to say that, by the way.
I like that. So actually, Hikaru is being very practical in this position.
Very practical.
We know how he loves aggressive attacking chess, but now he probably took the right decision, simply keeping this positional advantage, as you have mentioned, the queenside majority. Although in this position, maybe he didn't even really have a way to present it. He would still keep the rook on the board.
I was thinking that he was going to maintain the rook on the board, something like rook c6. But again, I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's advantage white, and trading rooks was certainly not a bad decision at all. Knight f1, rook d7, rook takes d7, knight takes d7. Yeah. Because again, it's queen and knight versus queen and knight with a better majority. Let's put it like that.
I was just going to say that I think on the long run, he didn't even have the option of keeping the rook forever, because even after rook c6, black can just go after the rook if he really wants to insist on trading rooks.
With rook to d6. But then in that case, the queen will be on c6. Oh, we got another one. Did Yasser say he's a pawn grabber?
The
Yes, you
PGH
did.
pawn grabbers from the Pro Chess League have just tweeted that you are an honorary member of their club.
Yes, of
I'm
course.
a member too. I'm a pawn grabber.
I'm a pawn grabber. So there we go. And Magnus has played queen to d6, basically going into a queen and knight versus queen and knight ending, where Hikaru has a significant structural advantage. And we just had a move. Did you see that? It looked like a queen move from Hikaru, but I couldn't be sure.
I did not catch it. We will bring back
knight e3. Nice. Okay.
Just bringing his knight, improving the position of the knight. That knight is
Absolutely.
heading toward that beautiful square on
On
d5 that
d5.
you highlighted.
Exactly. Knight on e3 looks very happy, eyeballing the d5 square.
Queen to d4.
Queen to d4, posting up in the center. That's about as good a square as black's queen can have, for the simple reason it keeps the a7 pawn protected, eyeballs b2, and eyeballs the pawn on e4. Well, this activity of black's queen, if black saves the game, it will be because that queen is so very well finely posted. But let's look at some very specific variations if we can. Let's say I take on f7, king takes f7, and let's say I give a check. Now I want to ask black what he's going to do with his king. If you block the check with a pawn, well, then you're walking into a pretty unpleasant looking pin. Yeah?
It is very unpleasant, yes.
It looks that way. Now, if you drop back with the king, however, my dream was to parachute into e6, and I'm looking at the possibility of knight d5. That queen on e6 looks, presence cannot be tolerated. You will almost certainly have to play queen d6. I don't think you want to play knight c5 and allow my queen to enter. But there are questions that Hikaru is about to pose.
Magnus is low on time in this game.
Maybe his heart
half the
rate will
time.
start going up as his time goes down. Now there's Hikaru. When you see that expression on Hikaru, he really does have this chessboard, and he's calculating. He's moving the pieces in his mind.
And it's easier
That
for
far
him
away
to
look.
calculate without looking at the board. so it's
Exactly.
not
That
distracting him.
interferes. Yes, the pieces actually interfere with his. Because I've talked to him at length about this, and also other players, Vasily Ivanchuk, Boris Gelfand also come in mind as people who are looking away from the chessboard. In the case of Vasily, he likes to look up in the ceiling. In the case of Boris, he likes to look down on the ground. So you have the macrocosm and the microcosm all in one. We have some moves. Have we seen the trade? Those are my moves. I'm not sure.
Yes,
here.
now we
Let me
will
update my board.
to the live position
And
after queen d4, b4. This is the last move of Hikaru Nakamura, and now it's
b4.
Magnus to make a move. He still has to play 15 moves before he receives more time on the clock. So 15 moves in 15 minutes.
well, essentially a move a minute. And of course, move b4 makes perfect sense. Again, we're stealing a square from the knight. The knight no longer has access to c5, and Hikaru is putting his majority in motion. Give him 2 more moves, and he would happily play a4 and a5 as well. Thank you for the
Invitation
to
your party on the queen side.
Exactly.
Magnus has played knight b6.
Provoking a trade, I suppose. Bishop takes d3. Bishop takes f7 check, king takes f7. Those look like 2 very forcing moves. And let's see. I think the one ending as white that I would want to avoid is a straight queen ending. I would love a knight ending. I would love to trade queens and bishops, and knight endings in king and pawn endgames would be the easiest for white. A queen and pawn endgame, that would be the most difficult to win.
Especially since black queen is so active. As you mentioned, if Magnus will save this game, it's
No.
because of the queen on d4, very
Exactly.
active piece.
Exactly. And that's why I might have been a little bit reluctant to trade rooks. The queen d6, queen d4 maneuver that Magnus executed was pretty straightforward. There wasn't really too much choice. Now, having said all of this, the move knight b6 has caused a conflict for Hikaru. after trading bishops on f7, bishop f7, king f7, now he has to answer the question, how is he going to defend the pawn on b4? If he goes queen check, let us say the king drops back, now the pawn on e4 is the problem. And if I play f3, I'm afraid that this queen and pawn endgame has much more of an equal quality than a advantage.
Magnus, looking at Hikaru, it felt like, and thanks to Kathleen for the tweet. You can also tweet us by using the hashtag FRChess. Yes, it's fascinating what Fischer Random Chess can produce.
Exactly.
Really exciting chess.
Also, a very, very big fan of Fischer Random, by the way, is Gada Kamsky. He absolutely loves Fischer Random, again, for all the reasons I've cited. Most importantly, you know, it's not about my preparation being better than your preparation. It's really just about two chess players sitting down and playing chess without the aid of all of these opening theory.
How much aid do you think it was that they had an hour and a half between the two games? What can you do in an hour and a half to prepare for this game?
It's remarkable. It depends upon their helpers, how quickly they sprinted into action, developed some plans, and then could convey them to Hikaru. But you're right, it's tough. And during the break, the players want to conserve their energy. They don't want to burn up and to eat something. So it's probably minimal, but it's about building confidence too, right? I mean, I want to go into a game feeling like, okay, I'm ready. I've got a concept or an idea.
The trade has happened on f7.
Do we have it?
Queen b3 check.
Okay.
Or no, this was the you showed, so we just...
right, this was actually my analysis. So.
But the trade has happened on f7.
Has it?
Yes.
Excellent. So we are here. And again, it's 24 minutes to, well, 15. And now there's an issue. How to defend this pawn on b5? Pardon me, should I push the pawn to b5?
Or play queen b3 check.
Yeah, well again, I wanted to say that if I do play queen b3 check, king, then the problem is, now I've got this pawn on e4, it needs protection. If I protect it, I allow the straight up queen ending, which I'm a little bit fearful, especially with this pawn sitting out here on h4. Black will have enough counterplay to set up perpetual check type of patterns. And Hikaru will probably want to avoid that line. How he avoids it, it's not the greatest suggestion I've ever made, but at least queen b1 will keep a lot of his advantages intact.
Queen to b3 check and king f8, quickly played by Magnus.
Okay, so they have been following our analysis, and now the question, though, is once again, there's not really a convenient way of defending this pawn on e4. f3 allows knight c4. Again, I'd love to have an insight into their heart.
Oh, we are looking forward to the comments. Or another tweet by Tarjei concerning the heart rate of the two players. If you are just joining, both Hikaru and Magnus are wearing a heart rate monitor, and it's shown on the Norwegian television now, prime time.
Right.
Competing with the Winter Olympics, by the way.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The Winter Olympics, a great time in the world to have a peace, just peace. Let's compete in sports together. And I've always, ever since I was a very young boy, looked forward to the Olympiads. I loved it. And by the way, when Nadia Comaneci, she was this great gymnast. She was the first one who got a perfect 10. She was like fantastic. I remember my whole family sitting at the TV waiting for her to perform.
Yes, the Olympics are great.
Yeah.
And also in chess we have the Olympiads, all these events that bring together people from different countries and cultures are beautiful that we can actually have an event peacefully and be friends instead of enemies.
That's right.
Now the two players are neither friends nor enemies, but they would both like to win this championship.
Of course, yes. No, but they're keen rivals. That is for certain. And sorry, we do. Let me refresh my board. And we have Queen B3, King.
Queen B1 was played by Hikaru after King F8 to defend the pawn, and Knight to C8. So the Knight is going for the E4 pawn. Knight D6, next move.
Knight C8. Now, we could go back, but we won't do that. But there was a moment when Hikaru played the move Knight F1 and brought his knight to the E3 square. And as a result, Black's queen occupied this incredibly important, valuable central square, Queen D4. If the knight had been placed on F3, that option certainly would not be on the table for Magnus. Now, you know, the trade of rooks, the trade of bishops, structurally Magnus is seriously worse, but look at his play. Once he gets his knight to D6, suddenly it's Black who's going to have an initiative, because this knight on E3 is doing nothing of consequence, and the queen on B1 is actually, it's Hikaru seizing the defensive. From the perspective he had an advantage, he was the aggressor, suddenly he's on the back foot.
He is.
I didn't expect this at all, and now that being the case, the advantage has definitely slipped. We have more moves. I think we have Knight F1.
And after Knight D6, Knight G3. So that was Hikaru's idea to protect the E4 pawn.
And it wasn't the greatest of ideas. All it did was literally protect the pawn. But this knight on G3 is no great shakes. That's not a very, very good circuit at all. And this knight on D6 stands much better. In contrast, the queens. The only good news for White in this position is that, yes, he still has a very mobile and good majority on the queen side. But the more powerful, more mobile queen on D4 and knight on D6, I think fully compensates at this point. I don't think Magnus, the worst, so to speak, is behind him at this moment.
I agree with you, and I thought that Hikaru had a better position, but now with such a passive queen and knight, I would definitely take Magnus as the one who will try to win this game.
Yes, he certainly, it feels like the advantage has swung firmly in his favor. Can he do anything with it? Well, we will certainly, and we have another
Thank you, Baxter1, for the tweet. And
yes.
we certainly agree with you that it's not all about calculation and preparation. Chess is so much more rich than just simply computer analysis.
Exactly. Oh, for sure. And when, as the tweets suggest, when these two really, really elite grandmasters sit down and play, I really think that Magnus today is at the peak of his power. He knows more about chess than he's ever. He's a 3-time world champion, and when I think about Hikaru and his extraordinary career, the ups and downs, I mean, he's in pain. He's in anguish that he is not in the candidates. He would absolutely love to be in Berlin, but this event gives him a chance to showcase his talent as well. So he, you know, as well, I don't want to say compensation, he would still love to be in Berlin. He would really like to make a statement here that, you know, I can compete with Magnus.
He basically won Gibraltar again. In the end, he didn't win the playoffs,
That's
but
right.
it would have been his 4th title in a row.
It's
in
extraordinary.
Gibraltar.
First of all, winning an open tournament, and especially an incredibly strong one like Gibraltar or Moscow Open or a Reykjavik Icelandic Open, is really, really hard. There are lots and lots of sharks in those waters, including a lot of underrated players. Winning one is very hard. Winning 3 in a row, that's really impressive. Now the fact that he tied for the 4th one in a row too, wow. I mean, you just got to tip your hat and say, well done, young man. That's very, very nice. Now for Magnus, on the other hand, if I'm in Magnus's shoes, I don't see a straightforward win. So I think, okay, queen c4. First of all, I take over a new diagonal. I'm going to corral White's play. I want to take away the knight from ever moving, and after a move like a2, a4, I want to play a6. So essentially, I'm doing a containment is what I'm doing here. White's queen is tied to the e4 pawn. White's knight is tied to the e4 pawn. None of those guys are moving, and now that I've played a6 and queen a4, the pawns aren't moving any further as well. So I'm thinking as Magnus that I basically want to tie my opponent up and to reduce his options. Now for a lot of people, it would be very hard for them to mentally gift away the d4 square, right? Like the queen on d4. Oh, we have another one.
New updates.
Heart rates much more. Carlsen above 80 again, but still much more relaxed than Nakamura. Shout out to Tarjay, thank you.
On Hikaru's heart rate, and it was over 100. So certainly goes to show that Hikaru
he's the one.
Not really the Thomas, but it also depends on the kind of person they are. So I think we would also need to know what is their regular heart rate.
It would be an exaggeration for me to say it, but I didn't die at the chessboard or anything like that. But I had, and it was like an absolutely cold shower. I was playing Victor Korchnoi in the interzonals, and if I draw the game, I'm in the candidates. There's 2 rounds to go. So if I draw the game, I'm in the candidates. I thought I saw a win in the position for me. I went for the winning line instead of the drawing line, and he had a defense I didn't see. The defense not only gave him an equal position, it gave him a 1 position. So in like one move, and it felt like I had just walked into a cold shower. I'm sure, blood drained from me, and I was just like, like the worst feeling at the chessboard, making a howler, a blunder that's so bad that after you resign, you shake your opponent's hand, you quietly leave the tournament hall, you walk back to the hotel, and your howls of anger. Why must I lose to this idiot? Yes, it was really bad. And it happens to everybody. I'm sure on a real blunder, those heart rates are going to go.
We'll see these days.
Yeah.
The last moves have been updated with our live board.
We do have this. Just a second.
Just
all
sorts of notifications.
Okay, sorry about that. My mouse kind of...
Look at the time situation. 20 minutes for Nakamura and 8 minutes for Carlsen.
And we have... Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. A knight b5. Okay. The knight on d6 was a very powerful animal. But on c3, it will also be hitting the e4 pawn as well as the a2 pawn. So knight b5.
And this is a concrete threat. After knight c3, you need to choose where you place your queen, and you need to hang on to the e4 and the b4 pawns.
As well, that's right. That's right. But there's something a little bit off-putting about this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, because the move that is attracting my attention is the move queen c1. So if I play queen c1, I'm losing contact with the pawn on b4, but I'm actually eyeballing this opportunity of playing queen h6 check. Okay, if I get in queen h6 check, I have no fears of losing the game, and maybe, even like, heart palpitations of winning. So that threat is more important than you don't have time for queen b4 and knight c3. Black will probably have to address it with king g7. Now here I start to think about, do I want to go on the offensive with queen c6 and queen e8, or should I play queen c5, trying to trade queens, getting that knight ending? Not the knight ending I wanted, by the way, but I'm not sure. Knight b5.
Queen c1 is an interesting option. Certainly Magnus has seen something, because suddenly his facial expression wasn't as calm as before. He looked at the position like, what's going on? What's going on?
Have I given my opponent maybe an out that I should not have?
We shall see if Hikaru will play queen c1, and of course this doesn't mean that Magnus has blundered. Perhaps it was just a move in a variation that he calculated on the 7th move in a position where he expected to win a pawn.
Or something.
You never know
wonderful.
what's going on in their minds.
No. Maybe he saw some tactic that he favored. So queen c1 is not the only move, of course. It makes me even think that I can be a little bit sly at times. I could play a move like a2, a3, which is really a stupid move, of course, but I'm trying to induce knight takes a3, queen c1 with now the double threat. I think that the queen landing on h6 is so good that I even would like to suggest that. If you don't take the pawn on a3...
I was going to ask you, what if I
knight
don't?
c3. Now the difference is that my b4 pawn is protected, and I don't have to worry about queen takes b4.
So what if instead of knight to c3, black plays king g7 as a prophylactic move?
Yes.
And I'm planning to now take on a3.
Right, okay. So here, now my eye is attracted to the e6 square. I can go, well, this queen b3, queen a1 check is a little bit annoying, but I was thinking maybe queen a2, idea queen e6, maybe trying to again play a4. I don't know.
At, options for black as well with queen d1 check, but probably you will always have queen e6 as a counterplay. I was thinking queen d1, and if king h2, queen g4 is an option that I like.
Of course,
more pawns
exactly.
And defending the e6 square.
That's very nice. I like it. I like very much the grabbing of the pawn. Still, the action is severe on the queen side. I do have this majority.
Yes.
I'm not proud of myself that I've given up the pawn on h4, but I think this majority on the queen side is actually going to force some consequent.
So in that position, just to show
Oh,
our
sorry.
audience, I was just going to simply show it on the board, your idea that you would give up the h4 pawn, but after the move
King G1.
king g1, black has to move the knight away from b5, so white has time to activate the queen with e6. Complicated position.
Yes, for sure. And after knight b5, this is a kind of a moment of truth, a critical moment. And I get a lot of questions of what's the difference between grandmasters and what makes one grandmaster much stronger than another. And I really like this comment that world champion Boris Spassky said about himself in contrasting himself with the legends, the world champions of the past. He said that in his view, what made him, a little bit better amongst equals was that he had a fantastic nose for the key moments, the critical moments. Like, he would play quickly and pass through a lot of what you and I might think was key moments, and he'd go, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. Now, this is where I'm going to invest my time. And he was incredibly good at guessing right. He really, really did feel chess, very good. People don't realize how great Boris Spassky was. I mean, Bobby Fischer won the match in 1972, but prior to that, they played 5 games. Boris won 3. Bobby drew 2. Bobby had never beaten Boris Spassky, And it was only after the match that people said, oh, Bobby's the greatest of all time. If Boris had won game 1, won game 2 on the clock, and then taken his orders from Moscow and gone home, hard to say that Bobby Fischer was yeah, exactly, was the best player. But Boris had a good nose for key moments, and I'm thinking that this is actually a very key moment in the game, and Hikaru has a sensitivity. I think he has an awareness as well. That's an interesting view.
Yes.
I haven't seen that, because the arbiters are right there, and they're writing down every move. And according to the regulations that JJ printed out, the players can request from the organizers 5 times the opportunity to look at the arbiter's score sheet, and they would do that to confirm the time control, and they would do it to confirm a 3-move repetition or a 50-move rule.
Yes. Another interesting thing about the playing hall, as we have mentioned, but I believe that there are new viewers, that this is not only a chess match, but this is an art performance. So the photographs that you see, especially the one behind the players, that is the tomb of Robert James Fischer, the former world champion, and the entire hall is full of photographs of the grave stones of former world chess champions.
So I know the grave, I've seen photos of Capablanca, Alexander Alekhine, and Michael Botvinnik. I can't recall Tal or Petrosian.
I've seen them just now on the photographs.
Okay.
This is an exhibition by the famous Norwegian photographer and artist Dag Alveng, and the whole concept was his idea to create a chess art exhibition.
And to have the tombstones. Did we see A2, A3, by the way? That was just my suggestion, I'm not sure. I mean, it popped up, but that might have been my analysis. And by the way, I see that, I mean, the chat channels, man.
Chat went crazy,
Lord,
yes.
something happened. There was
Danny's here with us in the chat. Shout out to
Danny
the
Range?
face of Chess.com, Vice
Right.
President Danny Range, who hates the French, but we still like him. He's
Well,
also a fan of
nobody's
Chess 960.
Nobody's perfect.
I know. It would have been too nice if Danny likes the French, my favorite opening. But Danny likes Fischer Random, and he has been commentating with you
Exactly.
on the Chess.com Chess 960 Championship.
Exactly.
What was your takeaway from that championship that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won?
I enjoyed it, and the one thing there was when we watched MVL, it was like he just really, it was like he felt the Fischer Random position so well, and he really got into a rhythm, and he was unstoppable. I mean, he was very impressive. And I would definitely like to see MVL star in more Fischer Random tournaments. And again, do we have what's the live position? We had knight b5 a moment ago, and there it is.
A3 was indeed
So
played, as you have
A3.
suggested.
So again, this was a very tricky little move. White is preparing to release his queen from the defense of the pawn on b4. You can't just sit back, and he wants moves like queen c1 in the position. The pawn is not on pre. I very much doubt that Magnus would grab that pawn because of queen c1, as we discussed. And do we have queen c4?
Yes, he has played queen c4, preventing the queen c1 idea. Now he's threatening to capture the a3 pawn. What shall White do in this position?
Exactly. Well, a moment ago I was talking about why the queen would actually be even better on the c4 square. Magnus has done it in a very nice way, because he's just stepped out of the square that the knight would like to take over. The knight on d6 swinging to d4 would be the ideal. And he's essentially, from a worse position, he has outplayed Hikaru. Hikaru's knight on g3 is really poorly placed. It's being corralled by this pawn on g6. It's only playing a defensive role. And we can see that when Magnus plants his knight on the board, and one day he's going to play a6, the whole queenside majority will be completely neutralized. Here, if I'm in Hikaru's shoes, I'm starting to look for a parachute. What I mean by that is it's time to force a draw, to get out of the position before it really, really goes south. And I would start looking at any forcing moves like, I don't know, queen d1, anything that would allow me to play queen d1, queen a4, queen d1, queen d8. And I'd start thinking like, okay, let's just admit I blew it and get some activity fast. We do have a move.
He has just played queen d1, as you suggested.
Right. It's time to pull the emergency parachute and get out of out of this game.
Before it's too late. So after knight takes a3, what does he want to do exactly?
Let's have a look. Knight takes a3. A very, very good question. Well, again, I'm looking at activity. So I would be looking at queen check, king f7, guarding the pawn on e7, queen h8, idea of queen h7 and queen takes
Winning
g6.
the pawn back on g6 and then the h5 pawn. So actually white would be winning in this position probably.
Right, because especially the knight on g3 would suddenly be able to lurch forward into the game, and he would have an initiative.
Therefore, Magnus immediately prevents this by improving his knight situation. Knight to d4, what a beautiful outpost on
Absolutely.
d4. Let's compare the d4 knight with the g3 knight.
Exactly. One of the things that I've always harped on, in many of my lectures and commentaries, is the knight is a very, very peculiar chess piece, my favorite chess piece. And one of the peculiarities of the knight is that it loves support. The more defenders there are for the knight, the better the knight likes it. It's almost like the knight loves attention, and it likes to have as much support as possible. The pawn on e5, as well as the queen on c4, now the knight is truly happy. It's got great support.
Quick moves by both players, queen d2 and king g7.
And we were talking about the h6 square as a potential inroad. King g7 was box.
Magnus only has 5 minutes left, and they still need to make 7 moves for the time control.
But he was very happy about his last move because he could make that in just seconds. He knew that he had to stop queen h6. But now the question for white is, I thought Hikaru played the move queen d1 for another reason. I thought Hikaru would play the move queen d1 with the idea of activity
on the queen side.
Well, I just basically want to go queen h8. I want to get my queen into the game as possible. That was why I went queen d1. When Hikaru played the move queen d2, king g7, I immediately asked myself a question. What are the inroads that white is trying for? Where does the queen go next? What's the next square?
I think he decided to just keep quiet and try to hold everything, defend it. He went king h2.
Okay.
Controlling the important squares with the queen on d2, but I understand you that this looks a bit passive.
Yes. The queen on, well, basically white is in a holding pattern. The king on h2 is kind of useful because you had pointed out one nice variation that went queen c1 or queen d1 and queen g4. So where the queen isn't going to magically appear on the g4 square, and maybe Hikaru wants to play f3 and to quietly protect the pawn on h4. But Magnus is building up the pressure while white's queen and white's knight are really stuck.
Queen to c2 and queen e3 are the last moves of the game. Still 5 more moves to make, and Magnus has only 3.5 minutes left.
But I really like what Magnus has done. Queen c2 basically was a bully move. Hikaru could not have captured queens because after knight takes c2, he would have lost one of his pawns on the queen side. So queen c2, Magnus is beginning to bully Hikaru. Queen e3 and maybe a6? I don't know.
That was a funny expression on Magnus's face.
What happened?
I think he has made a quick move, probably a6. Yes, a6 is the move, and then he somehow, as if he doubted his own move,
He kind of
he pulled a
squinted
face.
like, Well, the reason that you would play queen c2 is if you had more of a follow-up. I was just talking about the knight as really loving support. The queen on c4, he's giving f2, f4 as a potential.
And it has been played by Hikaru.
Yeah.
He takes his chance.
That's, you see,
Look at
Magnus.
Magnus.
Magnus did not
Uh-oh.
he did not
Oh.
like the inclusion.
He doesn't like it at all.
F4 really gave Hikaru an opportunity that he need not have offered him. Now, if it was white to move, you would capture the pawn on e5, followed by queen g5, and oops, there's knight f3 check. I better careful. But okay, you don't want to allow fe5 and a future queen g5. That's for sure. You don't want to take on f4 either, and after queen takes f4, then suddenly black's king, white's queen is in the vicinity, you know, e4, e5.
Yes.
So
And the white is also threatening f5 because the h5 pawn would be hanging.
absolutely right, absolutely. So with the queen on c4, there was no f4. Okay, and I didn't like allowing Hikaru this option, but Hikaru's got to feel like, man, I really let my opponent off the hook. When I had my rook on c7,
Yes, it looked like a superior position for
I'm
Hikaru.
driving.
And Magnus must have had the same feeling when he had the queen on d4, the knight attacking the pawns, all the white pieces passive, and
Right.
suddenly tables turn again. Magnus Carlsen only has a minute and a half left for 4 moves.
And again, to emphasize a point, no increment. There will be no increment in these first 4 days of play. Only in the 5th day, when they play 10 minutes each, will they have increment. So a minute 20, he doesn't want to run down his clock to make it to a position where it's almost physically impossible to, you know, scramble and make those crazy time controls.
And he's not sure, I believe, of what move exactly this is. He
And he
might
has
consult the
captured.
arbiter, but he needs to take time for consulting the arbiter.
Right. Now, after this, there's also another queen and pawn ending that we should potentially discuss. We've just seen the move e5 takes f4, and I was looking at queen takes d4, takes on g3, king h3, not taking this pawn. And by the way, this queen suddenly has all kinds of activity, lots and lots of squares, and he's taken the knight as expected.
And then the pawn as well, I believe.
He recaptured on g3.
I felt like that was another capture, but we will soon see on our live board.
Well, that
Yes,
one,
king takes g3 very quickly.
Oh, very quickly. I was thinking it was crafty to leave the pawn on the board and not to allow queen check on b3. I thought king.
It has been played, and it will allow the world champion make it to move 40 without any trouble. 30 seconds left, but the check and the capture will do to get the extra 15 minutes.
Okay, so Hikaru must have calculated that he has some kind of a forced repetition or a perpetual in the position after queen c5, king f8, and that's what he's calculated.
The time control has been reached. Now you can see that Magnus Carlsen has 15 minutes on the clock. For Hikaru it's 22 and a half. And the draw has been agreed because
Okay.
this is a perpetual, well, move repetition by protecting the e-pawn and then giving checks as white.
Wow. I think both players are going to be satisfied and also dissatisfied by this game. I think they're both going to have the feeling that they missed opportunities here.
We will listen to the players.
Okay.
What are they talking about?
Let's.
Maybe.
I kind of saw this after I moved on. I wasn't sure.
I didn't
Yeah,
see.
But probably
Yeah.
here you should be much better somehow.
No, I mean, okay, knight d5 was stupid because I wanted fe5, but then queen g5 is probably
Yeah,
quite
of
good,
course. Yeah, it's completely fine. And somehow maybe not queen c4, maybe like queen c3 maybe?
just to take away.
What do you mean, like?
Okay, so queen's on b1, yeah? So queen c3, a4, knight d4. And what's my next move is the problem.
But I think at that point I was already more.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, yeah.
Yeah. But could you take on e7?
Yeah, but then
Queen d6.
Wait, which position you mean?
Like when you went knight at the f1 after rook d8.
Yeah, so
takes queen d6,
right.
rook a7, queen d2, queen c7.
Yeah, but I thought just rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7.
Queen b6, rook a7, and queen b2, and just a draw.
Queen b2. I didn't see queen b2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I thought about this,
I didn't
and then
see
I just saw queen b2
Yeah,
makes a draw easily. And then,
yeah. Okay, then
okay.
makes sense.
Yeah.
If you give a check first.
What's a queen b2? I see. No, but if I check first, yeah, king g7, queen b6, takes queen b2 anyway.
Bishop c4.
And bishop f1.
Queen c1,
yeah,
bishop f1.
Yeah, maybe like this. Yeah. No, but I thought I saw something else also. I mean, after alright, so queen d2, queen c7. I saw some other line as well. But can't you check on d1?
Are you guys ready for the...
Yeah, sure.
But because check, I have to go king h2, so I go bishop f1, then you go rook f8, queen b6, bishop c4.
Yeah, even there I was not so sure because you can go b3, queen f1, king h2.
Like this.
And bishop f7,
and
queen f6, yeah.
Like this, yeah.
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed that little post-mortem analysis that the players were having with one another, and as we were just kind of listening in, I understood that in this position on move 15, Magnus was very concerned about that.
We will bring our analysis board back so that we can show the variation that
Yes.
Magnus was concerned about.
He was right here. He didn't think that the move bishop a6 was very precise, and he was asking, what am I going to do after rook takes here on e7, rook c8, queen d1, queen d6, and he thought he was 2 pawns down, and the players were analyzing a variation that went like rook d8, rook d8, and then rook a6. So Magnus had his fears that he would be losing this position with his 2-pawn deficit, and then much later in the game, as the game actually unfolded, Hikaru expressed his own fear. Just a second, I'll go to the end here, that he thought that instead of queen c2, that Magnus should have just played the move a7, a6, and he's asking Magnus, what the heck am I supposed to do? Your knight on d4 is dominating, my pieces aren't, I have no active play in the position. This is not a very good position for me. So both players were expressing their fears that they were having with one another. Okay, so
What a game.
Draw, what a game.
Turning tables, both had chances. It's a draw, and the result is therefore
1-1.
1-1. Every
Or 2-2, actually,
2-2
yes,
was-
2-2.
It's funny to calculate like this, but yes. So victory is 1 point, a draw.
Victory-
Victory is 2 points. I'm
And a
correcting
draw.
myself. A draw is 1 point. It's 2-2 the first day, 2 draws, but exciting games.
Yeah.
The first one was a warm-up, mainly,
Yes.
and the second one we saw both players having the upper hand at some stage of the game.
Yeah, and again, I really feel that this this surprising move, this is the move that really took Magnus back, was this move bishop takes e5, and then when the sudden activity along the c file with this rook blasting down to the c7 square, this is where Magnus was really there were some problems, there were some issues for him in this game, but he solved them. He nearly turned the tables completely around, because I thought he had an advantage as well at one moment.
We hope to have the players in the studio.
Fingers crossed.
They are now giving interview to the Norwegian television.
Yes.
And then we hope that they will visit our studio as well. Therefore, we will now go through the game, sum it up,
Okay.
and see if Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura can join us. So don't go anywhere.
Well, let's see. If we are so lucky to be blessed by their presence, it will be very interesting for my person to have seen what we missed, so to speak. So first of all, this opening move by Hikaru, for me, e4 was a surprise because it doesn't address what I thought was the ulcer, which is this bishop on e1. And then this very, is like an open Sicilian where the rook is on d4. And it's sort of like, no, that's not right.
It's a bit like that.
Something is wrong with this. And I like this moment. This I thought was the most exciting moment because, man, there were so many different plans for both players at this point. Normally speaking, when we talk about a Sicilian where black gets in the move b5, most of his problems were behind him. No, they were just starting. Because after the subsequent moves here, it became a dragon-like position, but this move, bishop c3, was a really annoying move for Magnus to face. He could have allowed the exchange of the dark squared bishops, and maybe in hindsight that would have been a better choice. He made the move f6, and I can't be too critical because I really did like his position right.
h4 is a move I loved. Typical Hikaru.
And right here, I thought that Magnus was doing fine, but maybe it was important for him to include this very important move, bishop h6. Now, the reason why I say that's an important move, obviously you're attacking the queen. If you do some move like knight d2, for example, now suddenly it's a different world. The bishop comes to e5, and a trade of bishops is no problem. You kick the rook away from g3.
Yes, and when the bishop and this dark square bishop gets out of the pawn chain, it was hidden on f8, would have been hidden on g7 as well, but when you suddenly see it on f4 and e5, then that's a different piece.
Exactly. And I was thinking that after f4, the knight would come to e5. Now again, this is a different, it would have been very, very, very different from the game. In fact, what happened in the game was that, oops, excuse me, let me go back to the start. We got rook h3, bishop f7, rook g3. Here we got knight e5. And this is where the tables really turned, in my view, in white's favor. The problem from black's point of view is this rook on h8. It really takes quite a number of tempi to get this rook in the game, whereas in the meantime, white's rook is coming to c7. Now, what happened after this?
I think now that you mentioned the rook, it's a good moment to
Yes.
recap the castling rule. So how can you castle in Fischer Random? That's been a question in the chat that now we have time to address. If we go back to the moment where you were talking about the h8 rook, how many moves it would take for black to castle in that position?
Yes.
Later on, after the
Rook h3,
went to c3.
bishop g7, rook here, knight here.
Yes, all these moves, and when you were mentioning that the h8 rook will take a couple of moves to be developed, rook takes d1, queen takes d1, all these moves. Oh, we will not mention the castling rule because I believe we will have a guest who will explain today's games.
Anna, I'm going to allow you the honors. Hikaru Nakamura is going to join us.
I didn't really prepare that much. I mean, I knew when...
I was going to ask you what happened between the end of game 1 and the start of game 2. What were you doing in that hour and
Yeah,
a
I mean,
half?
I knew that e4, d4, and c4 were all playable. I just thought e4 doesn't look correct, so it just kind of made sense to play. And then when Magnus didn't
to
play...
surprise him. That's why
Yeah, I
you
mean,
chose
he took a few seconds to play c5, which I mean, I was told was also the correct move, and then I knew d4 takes, rook d4, all of this is about where, I mean, I knew he could play d6, e6, knight c6, and I wasn't sure. I mean, I basically knew I could play knight c3, or I could play, or I could go c4. So I mean, I thought both were fine. After c4, Magnus played b5, which was really interesting. Then I think the moves were pretty much straightforward for a bit. Right around here,
You had
yeah.
not looked at this position exactly.
No,
so you
I mean,
prepared for e4 in
yeah, I
order
mean,
to surprise
my
him?
preparation was yeah, move 3. This was my preparation, d6. My preparation was I knew I could go knight c3 or c4, and that's it. And I thought c4 looked quite good over the board at least. But yeah, Magnus found b5, which I think is almost an only move, because otherwise I think he's just much worse, because it ends up in some kind of Maroczy structure where I think actually White's pieces are much better than Black's. I mean, Maroczy structures are hard enough to play with the normal setup, so I suspect like with this setup it's even worse. So yeah, I mean, it was all pretty normal. Then Magnus started playing some provocative moves. I thought e6 was a bit more normal, but g6, bishop c3, f6, then I played h4. I'm not sure if h5 was the best move. It seemed a little bit loosening, but of course, I mean, I want to go h5, h6, so it makes some sense. And then yeah, so right around here, I mean, I played this rook g3 move, I think in maybe like 20, 25 seconds, and as soon as I played it, I kind of realized that maybe I had this bishop takes f6 trick.
Wow. Can you show us the idea behind bishop takes f6?
Takes and rook c3, and I mean, I think bishop h6, I can just play knight d2, and like if bishop e8, just bishop b5, and I mean, I don't know, maybe queen g4, and it's unclear. I suspect white should be better though, but yeah, as soon as I played rook g3 on move 12, yeah, I mean, I kind of realized that I had this, and then like, I mean, I started thinking about, you know, all those lines on when Magnus was thinking, but yeah, the position was pretty interesting. Here he also had fe5, which we discussed after the game.
What did he say about f takes c5?
Yeah, he said he thought it looked dubious, so that's why he didn't play it. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. Again, queen g5, king h7, probably rook d3 to go rook f3 and put pressure on everything. I mean, it's a very weird position though, because like here maybe Black can even just play something simple like rook g8. Rook g8 to bishop h6, but e7 saying, so maybe not rook g8, but even like queen e6, for example. And I mean, it's just bishop h6 next move is coming, so it's very, it's probably...
Trapping the queen would be beautiful.
But I mean, I don't know, maybe I have knight c5 here or something. Yeah, I mean, it's all very weird at any rate, so...
He considered f takes c5 inferior to d takes c5.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought it was just dubious. It looks dubious, certainly. So he played this, and yeah, somewhere around here, I still think I probably should be better. But then I played bishop a6 after a long think. Or no, sorry, not bishop a6. Bishop a6, bishop d2, knight d2, rook d8, and now I played knight f1 after a long think. I mean, the question. This was really the other question, was whether I could play rook e7, queen d6, rook. Whoops.
Don't worry. Happens to us all the time.
Queen takes d2, queen c7, and I mean, I wasn't really sure what's happening here as well, because like, if queen d1, probably king h2. I mean, bishop f1. I mean, as Magnus pointed out, this also is a little bit unclear. Like rook f8, queen b6, bishop c4, and maybe b3. No, Magnus missed something. Or no, did he? b3. Maybe this is just winning for white, or not winning, sorry. I mean, Black can take with the queen, but I was thinking bishop takes f1, but this probably doesn't work. So I have check, king h8, and queen e7, and yeah, bishop c4, this should be winning for white, king h2, rook f7, and I can just check, king g7, and rook a8 is winning, so I'm checkmating on h8. But...
This is what Magnus was calculating, or also
well, we discussed this after the game. I mean, I was calculating this line as well. I actually missed this idea with b3 here, but
Oh, he told you b3, but you were of course considering rook takes c7 and rook a7.
Yeah, no,
So
I
the most
considered all of this, but I was
straightforward.
worried about this. But I saw something here also, because king h2 is the other move, which is also very, very natural. But there was something that I was worried about here as well, I thought, during the game. No, actually, sorry, it's not this position, sorry. During the game, I thought he could play, actually, sorry, he could just play rook d7 and make an easy draw. But after queen b8, maybe he just has rook d8. Yeah, maybe just rook d8, and like because of queen b6, queen c1, bishop f1, something like rook d1, and I don't know, but I just go queen b5 probably in this.
I see.
This is bad, but actually, yeah. I mean, the point was here. I didn't see this check, which is important. Because if I take, he can just takes, and queen takes b2, and it's just an easy draw. Because, because when I go a4, wait, maybe it's not an easy draw. Sorry, a4. Yeah, a4 just queen b1. Yeah, and this should be a draw. I mean, maybe it's not. Or no, actually, it should be trivial because I don't have bishop f1 here because there's bishop c4 and the queen covers b8, so I can't get the checks to get the dark square. So I mean, I would have to go like king h2, and then after queen takes e4, this should be a pretty easy draw. Maybe even black's trying to win now. So I mean, this is kind of what I saw, but maybe I mean this check actually maybe changes everything. It's king g7, queen b6, and.
So just to recap for the viewers, the check is important so that the king would be in the 7th rank and that pins the bishop. And
right, exactly.
Some of the ideas don't work as the other variation.
Right, like as here after takes queen b2, I can play bishop c4.
Yeah, very important.
Well, I mean queen c1, but I have bishop f1. I mean that's kind of the point. And I mean even this though maybe queen b1, maybe this should be a draw too. Actually, now that I look at it more, but. I mean, at least here with a4, a5, I mean, white can try. I mean, it should be a draw, but white's definitely trying. So this would have made, I mean, more sense, I think. But yeah, in the game, I played knight f1, rook d7. I mean, this still should be this should be completely fine for me. But then I kind of started going wrong. Like, when I played b4, I forgot about knight b6, which I think is a rather serious mistake. Like, even here, I think... I mean, for example, I probably can just take and play something like queen c4 if I really want to, and this should be a pretty easy draw. Because in the game, after I played this, after I played b4, knight b6, it gets, I mean, kind of messy for me. I mean, it's still probably okay, but it's a little bit tricky and.
For black and you can't trade.
Well, it's more the pawns are loose. And actually, when I went into this, what I originally missed was I was going to just play a4 here, and I thought queen takes e4, a5, and I mean, white should be completely fine. Both these pawns are fast. But I completely just forgot that after a4 he just goes queen a1 and he just picks up the a4 pawn.
The pawn that was going to run.
I completely forgot this, and so then it gets It gets very, very messy for me. I mean, I think it's still probably okay even around here, but it's probably too hard to play with like 10 minutes on the clock. So I don't think my moves are precise.
At this point, a little bit scared of the change that has happened in the position that you were having the upper hand.
Well, I didn't see a win though. I mean, I'm sure the computers will say I was winning probably earlier, but. When you don't know for a fact that you're winning, it's a lot easier to play. I mean, if I knew that I had missed something that was clearly winning, then it changes. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't that worried even here. So I mean, I had more time than Magnus. But yeah, somehow, like even here, I mean, it should be much better. But I think queen c4 was probably a big mistake by Magnus. I think queen c3, a4, knight d4 is a little bit better because b4 is still weak, and my queen is kind of. I don't really have any squares for my queen. So I think this would have been a better try, because in the game, I mean, I got off really easily here. Like, it seemed like queen c4, queen d1, knight d4, and I have queen d2. That's the difference. Like, with the queen on c3, my queen would be stuck on d1 and all these sorts of lines. And there is one neat line which does lose here for white, which is this queen a4, which I saw, queen c1, king h2, queen f4, queen takes queen takes a7. There's this very cute move, knight to e2, and just picking off h4. Yeah, and this should just be winning. So I kind of saw this, which is why in the game, after queen d1, knight d4, played queen to d2. So queen d2, king g7, king h2, and and here I think queen c2 is probably the final mistake. But again, Magnus had maybe like a minute left, and with no increment, I mean, it's a lot easier with increment than without. And so he played queen e3, and then he just played a6. And after f4, I think white should be completely fine now. It's there isn't much to be done.
I think he should have played instead of queen c2, a6.
Well, I mean, I think already it's very hard. I mean, I think he should have gone queen c3, knight d4 just to avoid this. Because even here, black should be better, but the problem is if you ever play queen b3, for example, I can always go queen c1, and now I'm coming in on the c file. And like even here, if queen c2, I can play queen e3, and it's something very similar to the game again. Or actually, this is the game, sorry. So yeah, I mean, I think it's already too late. Yeah, I mean, I think it's already just a little bit too late. Yeah, and then of course just the end, a6, f4, and I mean it's just all I think very forcing. Of course, if Magnus doesn't take, I also have f5 ideas, trying to weaken g6 and h5. So we just took and then just we just made this this draw with this repetition because black can't avoid all the checks. So yeah, I think a draw is pretty decent result considering both of us are probably losing at some point. So yeah,
ups and downs, but in the end it's a fair result. How do you feel about this first day, and is there anything that you will change for tomorrow?
I feel pretty good. I mean, I thought I played reasonably well in the second game. The first game, I mean, I wasn't very happy with my opening play. But again, it was the first game. You don't really have time to prepare. So, not even just prepare, but you don't really have time to even feel the position that much. So, I wasn't so thrilled by that. But yeah, I thought I played well in the second game for the most part. So, I mean, 2 draws isn't bad, obviously, and there are still many more games to go. So I think it's just important to get off to a good start, and certainly 2 draws would be better than having one draw, 1 loss. So it's pretty good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can we ask you what will you do in the morning before the game?
I mean, I tried to play some Fischer Random last night online, and even this morning a little bit as well, and I don't think
with a username that's not your name. So you
no, on my normal one. Normal one, yeah.
You guys can challenge Hikaru tomorrow in the
Yeah,
morning
we'll see.
as a practice game for Magnus.
I don't know. Well, I didn't play so well this morning at least, but yeah, that's all I really did. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do in the way of preparation. At least not the first game. So yeah, just make sure I'm sharp, and hopefully good things happen.
Thank you for joining us today, and good luck for tomorrow, Hikaru.
Thanks.
Has been a fascinating first day. Yasser, what do you think about the games so far?
Everything that Hikaru said for me was right on point. He came getting himself into the mood. 2 draws and 2 very well played draws. In the second game, both players had opportunities. We saw some real clash there. The first game was a bit tepid, but that
just warming up, as you have mentioned.
Warming up, absolutely. And I really think that this is laying the table for a very exciting tomorrow, because we're going to be back at the same time for exactly the same type of games, but the positions are going to be very different.
That's correct, and I have seen this question in the chat, so let's just sum up the format. It's 2 games, these 4 days. This is the slow rapid, 45 minutes for the first 40 moves. We can see the schedule there. Therefore, they have 4 games with this time control, and the 5th day will be the fast rapid with 10 minutes plus 5-second increment. Now, the position is new every day for the slow rapid. Therefore, tomorrow there will be once again a drawing of position. They have actually a computer system for the drawing. It can be anything, so 959, so everything except for the usual setup.
Position.
We cannot have the classical chess setup.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
That's it. We'll have to have a second draw in that case. But yes, that's exactly right. And I didn't hear about that with Hikaru, but there is a break of approximately an hour. It could be longer if the first game of the day. And tomorrow, there'll be a switch of colors as well. I think Magnus is starting with the white tomorrow to switch things up.
Well, no, he started with white today, and
so Hikaru starts with white tomorrow.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
it's like he doubles black. But the point is that it depends on who starts that day with white, because actually the second game is more important in a sense that you have time to prepare for it.
Right.
They get to see the position 15 minutes before the round. That was today, and tomorrow I think it's even shorter.
Oh, really? Okay.
I need to check it out, but I believe it's maximum 15 minutes that they have between knowing the position and getting to play the position. But between the first and second game, there's an hour break, as you have mentioned, at least an hour break. So actually, I think it's an advantage to have white in the second game. That's why we will be switching who starts in each day.
Exactly. A lot of thought went into the whole format.
Definitely, very exciting format.
The organization's been first class, and I must say the Prime Minister of the country coming to the opening ceremony, making the ceremonial first move was really a great honor for us, and we're very grateful for her and the support of her staff to make that possible.
Definitely, and we are grateful to you, our dear audience on Chess.com, on Twitch, and our live audience here in the Henry Musta Arts Center. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place, here in Norway at the Art Gallery.
Thank you. Bye-bye.